Chapter 67. This was the first time Song Yu dreamed of his childhood. In gentle control, it was about him and Xie Sui as childhood sweethearts. So, it was that interesting? He bit the bread in his mouth, but it was tasteless. He was a little confused. In addition to the fact that every detail in the dream was too clear and real, what made him even more confused was that it was too similar. The Song Yu in the dream was too similar to his personality. His expression, tone of voice, and mental activities, it was as if he was looking at his past self. After living in this world for so long, Song Yu always had an illusion. Perhaps this was his original world, and the original world was just his dream. Including gentle control, it was just his own imagination. By a stroke of luck, he had written Xie Sui's life correctly. Which was real? It was getting more and more blurry. Zhuang Sheng was dreaming, and he couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. That wasn't it either. He took a big gulp of milk. Song Yu came back to his senses and shook his head. He quickly denied himself. It was too ridiculous. 008 had already appeared. How could it be just a dream? He sighed in his heart. He would probably only be able to get a real explanation when this useless system came back. Today was English morning self-study. The classroom was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone memorized words and read the text. Yesterday, he dreamed of Xie Sui again. During the day, he was a little eager to see her, so he frequently turned his head to look at the empty seat next to him. However, Xie Sui didn't even come to the morning self-study. When the self-study session was about to end, the English class representative stood on the podium. According to Old Cheng's request, he used a PowerPoint presentation to show the designated topic. They were given 10 minutes to talk to their deskmates in English. Shi Bowen and Ma Xiaoding were like chickens and ducks, each saying their own thing. There were 5 well-s in one sentence. Song Yu slumped over the table and decided to sleep. Everyone had a deskmate, but he didn't. Annoying. The first class was physics. The physics teacher arrived late and corrected the test paper from the previous class. He stood on the podium and commented, although the test paper this time is simple, there are still not many who scored full marks. He knocked on the blackboard with his book. Students, details. How many times do I have to say it? Details determine success or failure. Actually, the difficulty of the college entrance examination is just that. As long as you do the details well, it won't be difficult to get 80 points. Then, I would like to praise student Song Yu. Speaking of which, this is the first time student Song Yu has gotten a perfect score in physics. In the past, he was always a little short. This time, he finally got rid of his careless habit of looking at questions. He deserves to be encouraged. The classroom was filled with applause and cheers. Song Yu took the paper and saw that it was 100. Then, he looked at Xie Sui's paper next to it. It was also 100. Suddenly, he felt bored. Shi Bowen was even more excited than him. Brother Yu, you're amazing. Haven't you always wanted to get a perfect score in physics? Ma Xiaoding said, yes. I remember that Brother Yu has been thinking about it since the last monthly exam. He said that he didn't get 100 points in physics. Now that he finally got what he wanted, he has no regrets. Song Yu had pursued the image of a top student for so long, but this was the first time he didn't feel happy about learning and making progress. Ring ring ring. The bell rang for the end of the morning self-study session. Song Yu finally couldn't help but tilt his head and ask them, where did Xie Sui go? Shi Bowen was holding a pen and copying answers. When he heard his question, he was stunned. His small eyes under his glasses were full of confusion. Didn't God Xie tell you? Song Yu, what did he say? Shi Bowen, it's about the math winter camp. Seeing that Song Yu was really confused, Shi Bowen explained to him patiently, Jing Cheng No. 1 Middle School has 5 exemption places. 4 of them are in the second year of high school, and the last one is in the first year of high school, which is God Xie. But God Xie didn't want to participate. Old Cheng was furious. Before you came, he dragged him to the office. He's probably teaching him earnestly. Song Yu, then how did you know? Shi Bowen scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. I heard it from others. But God Xie is really arrogant. The threshold for the winter camp is very high. It's specially set up for the provincial team to compete in next year's Math Olympiad. If they win the first prize, they will be directly sent to University A. Many people are racking their brains to participate in the selection. But he doesn't care. Sigh, good grades are willful. Songyu, oh. He found a reason to calm down. He turned back and opened the textbook to review. However, when he turned to a page, his hand froze. That's not right. Why did he feel so familiar with this stupid winter camp? It seemed to have been mentioned in the original work, right? Fuck, winter camp. He finally remembered. Wasn't this the location where Qin Mo conquered Xie Sui in the original work? Qin Mo took one of the 4 spots for the second year. Song Yu stood up immediately. Shi Bowen was stunned. Brother Yu, where are you going? Song Yu's expression was cold. I wrote a question wrong. The teacher didn't deduct my points. I want to argue with him. Shi Bowen was stunned. You want to ask the teacher to deduct your points? Brother Yu, don't you want your full score? Song Yu had already left his seat. I don't want such a casual full score. Shi Bowen was stunned. What was wrong with Brother Yu? Ma Xiaoding, on the other hand, looked as if she knew Song Yu very well. She patted Shi Bowen's shoulder and said, You don't understand. The first time is always very important. This is the plot of Brother Yu's first full score. Shi Bowen, Song Yu held the paper and rushed to the office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Xie Sui's back standing in front of Old Cheng. However, other than Old Cheng, there was also someone he hated standing next to her. Qin Mo. He didn't know what a second-year high school student like him was doing here. Old Cheng was trying his best to persuade her. Xie Sui, don't you want your third-year high school to be easier? If you get first place, you'll be guaranteed a place in University A. This is an opportunity that many people wish for but can't get. Xie Sui looked at the time. It had been almost an hour. Her patience was running out. Qin Mo stood at the side. His temperament was clean, gentle, and refined. He looked at Xie Sui without hiding it at all. There was a smile on his face, but it was unclear what he meant. Old Cheng took a sip of water and sincerely said, for her own good, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your family. After the recommendation, you can save a lot of money. As her form teacher, Teacher Cheng naturally knew about Xie Sui's family background and was thinking for her. Xie Sui wasn't short of money now, so she politely refused. Thank you, teacher, but I don't have such an idea for the time being. It's the same if you say it for another hour. Old Cheng had already finished speaking. He sighed deeply and shook his head to accept his fate. At this moment, Qin Mo asked, Xie Sui, are you really not going to continue thinking about it? Xie Sui's gaze finally fell on him. There was no fluctuation in her expression, and her expression was slightly cold. Qin Mo said, let's get to know each other. My name is Qin Mo. I came here especially for you. The winter camp training will involve a lot of knowledge for the second year of high school. You haven't learned it yet, so the school arranged for me to tutor you first. His amber eyes were filled with a smile. Even if you don't go, you can still make friends. Besides, don't be so absolute. There's still some time before the winter camp. You have plenty of time to think about it. Do you want to give it a try first? What if you regret it? Old Cheng put down his thermos and found another point. He persuaded her excitedly, yes, yes, yes. Your senior Qin Mo even came here after class for this. You should give him some face. Xie Sui glanced at Qin Mo. Her smile was casual, and her tone was very indifferent. But I don't really want to give him face. Qin Mo's expression stiffened slightly. Old Cheng swallowed his anger and glared at him. Then forget it. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who want it. Xie Sui turned around and met Song Yu's eyes, who was standing at the door with a paper in his hand. He stopped in his tracks. The coldness that had yet to dissipate condensed in his black eyes and then hid in the depths. He blinked and smiled. Looking for me? Song Yu was originally afraid that Qin Mo would trick Xie Sui away with his sweet words, so he ran over. However, before he entered the office, he heard him reject him straightforwardly. It wasn't easy to get a perfect score in physics. How could he bear to let it suffer? Now, everything was fine. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. Yes. Good rejection. He had good judgment. Xie Sui liked to see him smile. It was sparkling, like stars. All of a sudden, it dispelled a lot of negative emotions in his heart. Yesterday, he had investigated Songyu for a long time. The sick and weak young master of the Song family had always been a mystery in a city. After falling into the water at the age of 6, he fell ill. For 9 years, he didn't appear in front of anyone. There was no news at all. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The rumors outside were that the young master of the Song family was seriously ill and could only stay at home. He had private tutoring in class. However, his intuition told him that there was something unusual during this period of time. And transferring to Jing City was probably Song Yu's first move after he was discharged from the hospital. He really appeared in front of everyone. He sorted out the traces that he had noticed in the past. He was inexplicably close. He had the ability to predict the future. He didn't mention anything about the past, including school and family. It was as if there was a blank fault. Xie Sui was making an assumption. A bold and crazy assumption. Song Yu didn't have time to laugh at Qin Mo. Old Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, Song Yu. You came at the right time. It saves me time to look for you. Old Cheng waved enthusiastically. Xie Sui rejected a spot in the winter camp. I don't think there's anyone more suitable than you in the entire grade. You two are the only ones in the class who got full marks in the last monthly math exam. Are you interested? You don't have to be afraid that you won't be able to keep up. There are second-year seniors who will tutor you one-on-one. One-on-one tutoring. Heh. The three of them looked slightly cold. Qin Mo and Song Yu looked at each other. This was the first time Qin Mo had been rejected. His expression was gloomy. Song Yu, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He was calm and composed. Thank you, teacher, but Xie Sui isn't interested. Of course, I'm not interested either. This senior specially came over to tutor us. He's really dedicated. Although no one appreciates it, we still have to be polite. The corners of his thin lips curled up in a mocking manner. Senior, you've worked hard. Pour a glass of water for Senior. The glass is beside the water dispenser. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Old Cheng, what kind of child are you talking about? Qin Mo's gaze was so intense that he wanted to kill him. He dragged Xie Sui out of the office and down the stairs. Song Yu stopped laughing at Qin Mo and looked anxious. What did this person say to you? Xie Sui couldn't help but laugh and coax him. Nothing. Song Yu was like an old father. He repeatedly warned her, don't get too close to him. Don't talk to him too much. Xie Sui's gaze was deep as she stood in the corridor. Her tone was casual. Why? Song Yu, just trust me. Xie Sui suddenly thought of something. Did you specially come to look for me to stop me from participating in the winter camp? Song Yu was instantly stunned. I guess so. Xie Sui stopped and thought quickly. She said slowly, actually, I regretted it as soon as I rejected him. I felt that it was pretty good to get a recommendation. Song Yu was so anxious that he almost bit off his tongue. His eyes widened, but he swallowed his words. However, the winter camp was indeed a feasible choice for Xie Sui at this time. He weighed the pros and cons for a long time, gritted his teeth, and went all out. Then I'll go with you. Xie Sui was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, because you can't bear to be separated from me? Song Yu, no, I just don't want you to be alone with that scumbag Qin Mo. Xie Sui. Are you afraid that I'll fall for him? Song Yu, that's right, that's not right. He suddenly raised his head. His spirit was tense, and his light brown eyes were filled with shock. His assumption might be right. Xie Sui licked her lower lip, smiled, and said in a low and hoarse voice, Song Yu, if you do this, I'll think that you're jealous. Song Yu, Xie Sui lowered her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. He thought. Song Yu probably had memories of his previous life, in the form of dreams, or after falling into the water at the age of 6, he started to become mentally confused. He stood up straight and looked into Song Yu's eyes. The child was stunned by the question. His eyes were clear and pure, like the light in the dark mud. Xie Wei was slightly stunned. A calm and crazy thought slipped through her mind. Her fingers were trembling. Song Yu liked him, didn't she? He started to like him in his previous life. So all her memories were about him. So she came to his side. Chapter 68. Song Yu was dumbfounded by the question. Are you afraid that I'll fall for him? Would a normal person ask such a question? Shouldn't a normal person be afraid that I'll be deceived or bullied by him? However, Xie Wei accidentally asked the question that he was most worried about. She was indeed the protagonist. As for being jealous, forget it. If Xie Wei really fell for Qin Mo, the result would definitely not be him being jealous, but Qin Mo would be stabbed. Song Yu's brain turned sluggishly, and he said in a surprised tone, "Your question is quite interesting." Xie Wei smiled. Really? Song Yu began his verbal education. What are you thinking about all day? Did you not listen to the last psychology lecture? Forget it, class is about to start. Let's not talk about this nonsense. He deliberately avoided the topic, took the test paper, and stepped down the stairs. Xie Wei followed unhurriedly, and the corners of her lips raised. The question that had been hovering in her heart for a long time had an answer. At the same time, she suddenly understood, and it was as if a flower had bloomed in her heart, boiling with sweetness. The last class on Wednesday afternoon was music class. It was rare that the class was not occupied by other teachers. When the teacher walked in, the whole class cheered and applauded. The sports meet was tomorrow, and everyone was impatient. The whole classroom was filled with anticipation and joy. The music teacher casually played a few songs for them to study by themselves. The sports committee member went up to the podium with the roster, counted the athletes, and talked about the time of each competition. Song Yu was scheduled to be in the afternoon of the first day. Are you nervous? Xie Wei suddenly asked. Song Yu raised his eyebrows. What's there to be nervous about? I'm going to win glory for the class. Xie Wei smiled. Then I'll look forward to it. Song Yu said, wait for me at the finish line. I want to drink iced red tea. Xie Wei's eyes curved. Okay. The bell rang, and school was over. On the way back from the school building, two boys from next door walked in front of them, and they were discussing the sports meet. I'm really lucky. I drew a long-distance running team. Damn, I'm going to be the last in the special class. It doesn't matter. I heard that Song Yu will also participate. You won't lose face with the school bully. That's true. Being good at fighting doesn't mean that he's good at sports. I think that Song Yu doesn't look like he's good at sports. I hope that when the time comes, all the shots will be given to him. Ha 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 ha, coward. Song Yu pricked up her ears and listened. She rolled her eyes and threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can. She turned her head and commented to Xie Wei in a flat tone, when we were at Book Mountain House, they said that I didn't look like someone who was good at fighting. Before the monthly exam, they said that I didn't look like someone with good grades. When would they realize their problems and get treatment for their eyes? I'm really tired of face slapping. Those who don't know would think that I'm looking for trouble all the time. Xie Wei chuckled. Song Yu thought about it and found it interesting. She tilted her head and said to him, are you blaming me for being a decathlete? Xie Wei blinked and said with a smile, you're too outstanding. Song Yu was stunned. When he realized that this was a compliment from Xie Wei, the corners of his lips curled up, and he couldn't suppress it. He coughed and nodded. You have good taste. The lawn under the school building was full of white flowers. The autumn wind rustled and fell on the teenager's shoulders, brushing his eyebrows. When he smiled, his expression was especially vivid. In an instant, the dusk became gentle. Even the dead leaves scattered on the ground were full of vitality. Xie Wei thought that he had missed such a star in his previous life. Number 1 Middle School's forum. I found something interesting. Brother Yu is actually afraid of dogs. Main post, a senior in the sports stands took a picture. It might not be very good. Forgive her. After all, That woman was so excited that her hands were shaking at that time. 1L, picture, 2L, picture, 3L. Damn it. Is my husband so cute when he's afraid of dogs? 4L, what kind of peerless cutie is hiding behind the school hunk and clutching his sleeves tightly? Manual funny. 5L, at the scene, when the dog ran over, the person seemed to be really scared for a second. 6L, TSK, are the students of Class 1 here? I heard that Song Yu is participating in a long-distance race. Let me teach you a way. Take a loudspeaker and record the dogs barking. If others cheer you on, bark. You'll be number 1 in the long-distance race. 7L, ha 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 ha, I know that the person above is a genius. 12L, is it worth it? Just call it God Xie at the finish line. What's that saying again? It can stimulate all my potential and run with all my might. There's a dog chasing behind me, or you're waiting in front. 13L, smashing the bar a little sweet. 14L, give the sister above a cup of cappuccino. Applause, applause. Xiesui couldn't sleep the whole night. He was carefully sorting out the memories of his previous life, trying to find clues about Song Yu's appearance. With this expectation, the dark memories of the past were not so difficult to recall. It was like walking in a dark forest full of mud, looking for sporadic light. It was a completely different feeling. The node of his previous life was returning to the Xie family. But before that, he experienced a lot of unpleasant memories. Actually, for Xiesui, birthday was not a happy day. Mixed with the rainy night, it became a wet, dreary, and irritating night. The candles on the birthday cake had not been blown out. The beautiful and weak woman could no longer suppress her emotions. She squatted down and hugged him, tears falling like rain. Asway, Mom is sorry. I'm sorry. But I really can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. Her body was trembling, and her breath was hot. A cheerful birthday song was playing next to her. His cold and pale face was confused for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was too young to say anything. That was the most gentle night his mother had been to him since she came to Jing City. She told him little by little about when he was young. She gently hummed a song to coax him to sleep. After eating the sweet and greasy cake, he had been tense the whole time and immediately fell asleep. But in the end, the uneasiness in his heart grew and he woke up in the middle of the night. It was raining heavily outside, and the lights in the room were off. His mother was standing on the balcony. She seemed to have sensed his movement. His mother turned her head with a panicked expression. No matter how beautiful she was, before death, she was actually grey and ugly. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout. But for a moment, he was in so much pain that he lost his voice. He stumbled forward in the dark. But his mother had already closed her eyes, turned around, and jumped down without hesitation. He stood barefoot in the living room, staring blankly. There was no scream, no shouting, no crying. It was as if he was in a dream, confused and unreal. Even the screams behind him, the sirens of the police cars, and the pointing of all kinds of people were very far away in his ears. When Grandma Chen held him in her arms and comforted him with a sigh in Jing City's dialect, she sighed and comforted him. He suddenly woke up and his heart palpitated. He looked up anxiously and wanted to ask, "What happened just now?" But under Grandma Chen's pitiful gaze, his words were locked in his throat. He remembered that when he first came to Jing City, his mother locked herself in the room and didn't eat or drink. He curled up alone in a dilapidated residential building. Grandma Chen pitied him and sent him some food every day. Grandma Chen said, "Persuade your mother. In this world, except for life and death, everything else is trivial. What can't be overcome?" Later, when he was 7 years old, he saw his mother jump off the building and found that life and death were actually trivial. What kind of person was his mother? After a long time, he calmly examined her. Beautiful, arrogant, naive, and romantic. She was a precious flower cultivated by the Shu family for many years. She was delicate and fragile, but she never knew her position. She was unwilling to accept the arrangement of the family, so she wantonly pursued her love. It was also stupid to say that she was fearless. She fell in love at first sight with a man who didn't know anything. She dated, fell in love, and even gave birth to him without telling the Shu family. In the end, the bloody truth was torn apart and she found out that her pure and flawless love was a joke from the beginning to the end. After the collapse of her faith, she no longer had the desire to live. She lived in her own fantasy all her life, and she also died in her own fantasy. 7 years old, and 17 years old. The same rain, the same wet, cold, and noisy. Perhaps the rumors had dulled his sharpness, or perhaps his mother's death was too heavy a blow to him. Since he came to Jing City, he had been silent and antisocial. He was full of malice. After living in a nightmare for a long time, he lost a lot of his instincts. Otherwise, how could he be deceived by Qin Mo's gentleness? He treated him as his only friend. After graduating from high school, he was drugged and trapped in the apartment of the most disgusting person. He smashed a wine bottle directly on Wang Xi's head. Blood splashed into his eyes. In Wang Xi's scream, he felt that everything was dull and ridiculous. The timeline began to elongate. He was also tricked once in college. When he worked in a hotel, he thought that his boss was gentle. Who knew that his boss wanted to provide for him because he had a similar face to the person he liked? Later, he found out that the person he liked was his dead mother. How disgusting and boring. He refused. All kinds of revenge came one after another, involving his work, his studies, and his life. It seemed that they would not stop until he was forced to drop out of school. It was at this time that the Xie family found him. When he returned to the Xie family, he faced a group of brothers and sisters with ulterior motives, Qin Qiuyun who regarded him as a scourge, and his picky and disgusted grandparents. At the beginning of the rumors about him in a city, the words illegitimate son were like a brand engraved on him. Of course, he didn't dare to hear those words again. One afternoon, Xie Xinian explained to him what had happened in the past. The man's voice was calm and distant, but the sadness and regret between the lines could not be concealed. I didn't want to lie to your mother. Qin Qiuyun and I had a perfunctory marriage. It was just a show. I wanted to deal with everything, confess to her and marry her back to the Xie family. I didn't expect that. She didn't live to see that day. Asway, I will make up for what I owe you. Don't hate your mother. At that time, he lowered his head and thought with a smile that it was really touching. Later, he met Qin Mo. At a banquet. Qin Mo was like a madman, explaining and apologizing to him with red eyes. Xie Sui smiled faintly. There was really no need to apologize. Retribution would come. The Qin family had suffered a severe setback in his hands, almost damaging their foundation. Old Master Qin looked at him with a complicated gaze and sighed. Qin Mo sent a series of messages, asking if he was taking revenge on him. Xie Sui felt that he was an idiot for falling into his hands when he was young. Even the man who admired his mother didn't even have the right to see him. It was another turning point in the matter. In his grandfather's eyes, the older he got, the more muddle-headed he became. Together with his sister, they tricked him. He didn't have any feelings for the Xie family to begin with. He also wanted to completely get rid of this group of people in the Xie family, so he put on a show and left the Xie family. He didn't expect to meet those 3 people again during that period of time. In the eyes of outsiders, he was chased out of the Xie family and fell into the hands of his enemies. The proud son of heaven once fell from the altar. The more high and mighty he used to be, the more vulnerable he was now. The rumors in a city were extremely ambiguous. He had heard all kinds of disgusting remarks. It seemed that from the moment he was born, this kind of malice had always followed him like a shadow. The memories after that sped up quickly. Xie Xinian died, and before he died, he left the entire Xie family to him. Trapped on a deserted island, he shot a gun and jumped into the sea to escape. After destroying the 3 families and killing his enemies, he also died on a rainy day on the road because of a car accident. Song Yu. He never appeared. He felt that there was something wrong with his memory last time, and now he was even more certain. A memory of his childhood sweetheart was drawn out by a dog. Before the nightmare began, they met when he was at his cleanest. Romantic and naive. He was sure that in his previous life, Song Yu should have been an important person to him. In his memory, they met again abroad. But he couldn't remember anything. How could he not remember? How could he not remember? Chapter 69. At the sports meet. After the flag-raising ceremony, there was a speech from each leader. The principal and vice principal stood on the podium and spoke for half an hour. After standing for a full hour, there were complaints everywhere. The teacher coughed and allowed them to sit down and rest. The first class was in the middle. Sitting cross-legged on the lawn, Song-yu tore open a mint candy and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked at the pile of small pink envelopes in front of him and was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are these?" Shiboan glanced at the crowd next to him, pouted, and whispered, "Letters. Your little fangirls sent them. I guess they're all cheering for you in the competition this afternoon. Brother Yu, quickly open them and take a look." Ma Xiaoding counted next to him. 1, 2, 3, 14, 15, 16. Oh my God, 16 envelopes. He sighed sincerely. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is invincible and popular. In the whole of number 1 middle school, only God Xie can compete with you. Song Yu didn't sleep well yesterday and was sleepy now. He sneered when he heard this. He sucked on a piece of candy and the cool mint flavor spread in his mouth, making him feel a little better. He pulled over a letter. They're all love letters. Don't. It's so early in the morning. It's quite embarrassing. However, his eyelids drooped and his lips twitched lazily. Other than "I'm so sleepy and I want to sleep" on his face, he didn't look embarrassed at all. Ma Xiaoding looked left and right and found something interesting. He gloated and said, "Brother Yu, you rejected a love letter last time. Now everyone has learned their lesson. They didn't write their full names, so you can't find them. You can't return them even if you want to." Song Yu took a closer look. Sure enough, the letters were all pseudonyms. They were either Mai Mai, Meng Meng, or Xiaoqian Wanwan. They were all perfunctory. The corners of his lips twitched, and the last bit of sleepiness disappeared. Song Yu casually opened a letter and glanced at it. There were cute emoticons on the colorful paper, followed by a line of words, "Hubby, you're the best today." When he opened the next letter, it was much more artistic. The words were very beautiful, but the inscription was "Your future girlfriend." Of course, this wasn't the worst. The signatures at the end were all very unique. The next number 1 high school bell. "Did you sleep with Brother Yu today? Big bro school tyrant, look at me. Let's get married at 8, hubby." Song Yu chewed on the candy and felt that it looked familiar. These were probably their forum IDs. In a sense, it could be considered a real name confession. After analyzing the situation in his heart, he said with a smile, "High school girls nowadays are really too free, casually calling someone their husband. For the sake of the school's spirit and discipline, I've decided to add a rule to my future spouse selection. I won't accept any girl with a total score of less than 600. Hiss. Ma Xiaoding gasped. As a bad student, he felt hurt. "Can you give me a discount? Give me a 50% discount, 300 cents. Shiboan laughed out loud. "I'm afraid that when the grade average comes out, it will be 10 points higher than before. The principal will give you a silk banner. Song Yu, don't. Make a contribution to the school and hide your achievements." At this moment, Ma Xiaoding suddenly began to pat the grass excitedly. Brother Yu, God Xie is on stage." Song Yu's remaining words stopped at the tip of his tongue. The surroundings began to stir, and the dead atmosphere was swept away. The girls pushed each other and whispered to each other, unable to hide their excitement. Song Yu put down the letter in his hand and looked up at the rostrum. After the freshman representative last time, Xie Sui went on stage again to speak as the student representative. Under the empty blue sky, the young man in his school uniform stood tall and handsome, outstanding and dazzling. He read his speech. Perhaps because he didn't sleep well, his voice was a little hoarse, cold, and attractive. No one present was listening to what he said. Everyone was staring at his face. The autumn wind blew the white paper at his fingertips. Song Yu heard the sighs of 2 girls behind him. God Xie has shocked my entire high school. He's good-looking, has a good temperament, good grades, and his voice is so suave. I'm moved every time I see him. Who doesn't love the school hunk? Next time, I can suggest to the school to post the top student's photo on the results list. It'll definitely stimulate my motivation to study. When I think about how I'll be one step closer to him, I instantly want to buy a set of 5-3 suits. Ha 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 ha, don't ask. This is the power of love. Song-yu sat on the lawn and looked at the outstanding young man. He couldn't help but smile. His deskmate was amazing. Xie went off stage. The whole venue was filled with screams like a tide. It was so noisy that the homeroom teachers shook their heads. Song-yu came back to his senses. He was still holding an unopened letter in his hand. He continued to look down and read the love letters he received. The 13th letter. Shiboan asked, "Brother Yu, what are you going to do with them after you read them?" Song-yu said naturally, "Throw them away." Shiboan instantly made an exaggerated wow sound. "Brother Yu, you're really a scumbag." Ma Xiaoding shook her head and sighed. "You forgot. Brother Yu has another persona on the forum. He's a cold-hearted scumbag." Song-yu expressed his disapproval. "You call that a scumbag?" Shiboan, "That's not a scumbag." Song-yu sneered. "Then I'll show you what a real scumbag is." He held a pile of letters in his hand and said to Ma Xiaoding, "Guess which one I'm most satisfied with?" Ma Xiaoding was stunned. She blinked and said, "Which one?" Song-yu took off his school jacket and put it aside. He sat in a casual manner. His light-colored eyes were full of smiles. The corners of his lips were young. "That's a little hard to choose." He pulled out a letter and put it on the grass. "My favorite is Wanwan." Another letter. "I respect Mengmeng's thoughts." Another letter. "But I can't help but feel happy when I see Meimei's letter." Fourth letter. "It's the easiest to interact with Xiaoqian." He put the letters down one by one, as if he was dealing cards. "But if I have to choose someone to be with, I choose." He hadn't put down the letter in his hand. A person sat down next to him and asked in a cold voice, "Who do you choose?" Song-yu maintained his posture of holding the letter. His body seemed to have been hit with a pause button. He suddenly couldn't say the name on the letter. He tilted his head. The person who had been shining brightly on the rostrum just now had already taken a seat beside him. His handsome face was looking at him with a smile on his lips, but his dark eyes were cold and clear. He suddenly felt guilty. Song-yu coughed and finished his sentence. "I choose to study." Shiboan and Ma Xiaoding were both stunned by Song-yu's scumbag comment. They only reacted now. Ma Xiaoding's eyes widened. "What a scumbag." Shiboan pushed his glasses and was stunned. "Oh my god, brother Yu, are you running a fish pond or a harem?" They were getting more and more off-topic. Song-yu rolled his eyes. They didn't even mention the previous situation. They were simply splashing dirty water on him. He explained to Xie, "What I just acted for them was not my true thoughts." Xie repeated slowly and said in a light tone, "My favorite is Wanwan. I respect Mengmeng's thoughts. But I can't help but feel happy when I see Meimei's letter. It's the easiest to chat with Xiaoqian execution in public." Song-yu leaned forward in shame and reached out to cover his mouth. He was angry and amused. "That's enough. I like my deskmate the most. Stop reading, stop reading." The lines on Song-yu's palms were very light. His skin was delicate and soft like jade. To Xie, it was more like a kiss on the palm of his hand. "I like my deskmate the most." It was as sweet as spring water. He suppressed the desire in his heart. Xie took his wrist away and chuckled. She said slowly, "You don't like studying?" "It's not contradictory." Song-yu deliberately changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this. I'll show you the signatures at the end of their letters. They're really bold. There are all kinds of names." He opened the folded paper in his hand. The content praised him crazily, called him hubby, and all kinds of flattery. But the signature was, "God Xie, you were great last night. Song-yu." Xie, Ma Xiaoding, ha 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 ha. Shiboan also held back his laughter. This guy wants to have a foot in two boats. Song Yu silently folded it back. Xie Sui was stunned for a moment. Then she chuckled and said, "You were great last night too. Song Yu." He tried to change the topic. "I'm even better today. The afternoon is my home ground." Xie Sui's eyes curved. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Of course, she also cheered for her classmates during the sports meet. Song Yu was very interested in watching. When someone gave him a small flag, he felt that it was novel and interesting and waved it wildly. The cheers next to him were like a tide. The cheers were uplifting. He also became happy. The announcer was Lin Shuangqiu. His voice spread throughout the sports field. "Crossing the white starting line, you are like a golden lightning. In this autumn, you burst forth with infinite youth. Go, athletes, take off like an eagle and conquer your battlefield." In the afternoon, the boys' 1,500 kilometers run. When Song Yu changed his clothes and came out, a group of girls next to him were laughing and taking photos with their phones. They exclaimed, "Brother Yu, why are you so handsome?" Jiang Chunian took a small electric fan and handed it to him. "Brother Yu, you've worked hard to win glory for the class." Song Yu smiled. A boy next to him said, "Brother Yu, some people in the other classes look down on you. Now the forum is starting to bet again. I'm not convinced, so I bet my virginity. You have to get first place. My first night is in your hands." His roommate was stunned. "You're giving away your virginity again? You haven't given away your virginity from last time?" The boy, sigh, "It's a long story." Song Yu took a sip of water and put the bottle on the table with a smile. He said casually, "Don't worry. The purpose of my long-distance running is to prove it to everyone. A person who is handsome and can run fast at the same time. Jiang Chunian, ? He turned the fan to the maximum. 666, Song Yu walked onto the track. The people on the field and the spectator stands immediately went ah. A boy in a baseball cap pointed a selfie stick at them and said passionately, "Hello, it's me again. I'm your good friend, Big K. I fucking love Song Yu so much that I like to record everything for him. Do you see that cool guy over there? Although he can't speak to us, we can interact with him in our hearts. My roommate won't be giving me a Maserati this time. Instead, he'll be giving me a Rolls-Royce. Song Yu is the champion, so he'll be giving me one. Big K will also give me an H-yuan voucher as a gift." Ma Xiaoding and his underlings were armed to the teeth again. They were whistling, clapping, and holding light sticks in their hands. Shi Bowen snatched the screaming chicken away for fear of losing face. Ma Xiaoding waved her arms and whistled, "Brother Yu, charge." Song Yu was now the most eye-catching person on runway 3. Next to him was a boy with bronze skin. He glanced at him and said with a smile, "Brother Yu, what place do you plan to get?" Song Yu said, "Is that something I can decide? Don't you see how much I'm carrying? How many people's first times were there? How many luxury cars and mansions?" The boy with bronze skin laughed, "Ha ha ha ha." A gunshot rang out. The race began. From the white starting line, the handsome teenager rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Another round of screams came from the audience. Jiang Chunian was so nervous that she almost pinched her deskmate's hand. Liang Yingying couldn't take it anymore. "You're not giving him your first night. Why are you so nervous?" Jiang Chunian said, I'll give him my first night. If Brother Yu wins, I'll give him my first kiss." Liang Yingying said, "Are you looking for a beating?" Song Yu's stamina was very good, but after all, he had only trained for a week. Compared to the students with special talents, there was still a gap. In the first 2 laps, he was in a stalemate with another tall guy. He was far ahead of everyone, but neither of them was half a step behind the other. But in the last lap, he was at a disadvantage. He didn't have enough energy. When it came to the sprint, he became more and more tired. It was as if he was filled with lead, and his pace gradually slowed down. "Brother Yu, come on." Almost everyone was nervous with him. They cupped their hands around their mouths and shouted loudly. Ma Xiaoding clapped the plastic palm in his hand and whistled louder and louder. "Brother Yu, go." In the last lap. Seeing that the finish line was getting closer and closer, The other person began to shake off Song Yu. The audience burst into heart-wrenching screams. Brother Yu. My first night you have to be responsible for me The audience. They were so shocked that they swallowed back their shouts. With him taking the lead, the cheering changed. Everyone became more and more excited. Brother Yu. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Did you see it? It's waiting for you at the finish line. Brother Yu. There's a Seaview house in front. Who has recorded the barking of a dog? I think that bad idea is feasible. Why are you barking, Brother Yu? Look, thank God. Do you see such a handsome boyfriend at the finish line? Beside the track, there was a neat row of cheering. Song Yu could only hear the sound of the wind. He couldn't catch his breath. His gaze was fixed on one point. Right now. When he was sprinting. At this moment, he suddenly exploded. It was as if his whole body had been injected with new energy. He gritted his teeth and was as fast as the wind. He sprinted forward like lightning. War. The audience stood up excitedly. In the broadcasting studio, Lin Shuangqiu took out a new cheering script and softly read it into the microphone. Shouts, excitement, joy, this is who we are at this moment. Chase, heartbeat, perseverance, victory or defeat is just a thought away. This is your battlefield. Fight for the throne. Our youth will never fade. Almost. Song Yu looked at the back of the person in front of him. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. A strong desire to win suddenly arose. There was only one thought in his mind. Surpass him. She changed to the next one. Lin Shuangqiu was stunned. Then she laughed. Her voice suddenly slowed down. The sweet voice, with a smile, came slowly. Your sweat spilled on the track and watered my thoughts. Your eyes looked at the finish line and pierced my soul. Almost. Almost. Song Yu clenched his back teeth. His whole soul was burning. There are too many beautiful words that I can't say on a normal day. I can only hide behind the cheers and tell you secretly. You are the Milky Way, the classics of grass and trees, and all the beautiful things I can think of. With every step he took, he could hear his own heavy breathing. His throat was dry, and his lungs were burning. Thank you for appearing in my life and decorating all the ordinary and boring years. Let the peppermint wind in the midsummer hang on the tail of my youth. Kind, cute, smart, my husband, Brother Yu. In the last few seconds, Song Yu's mind was blank. He didn't know if he had surpassed that person. He just looked at the finish line. Xie Sui stood there. Hurry up. The whistle suddenly sounded. The moment he stepped over the finish line, it was like the last string snapped. Exhaustion and weakness swept through his body. Faster. The crowd was in a hubbub and screaming. His eyes were blank. He was about to kneel down when he fell into a strong and cold embrace. Cross the finish line and come to my heart. Chapter 70. His heart was beating wildly. After a strong sense of exhaustion, Song Yu's senses gradually recovered. The cheers from all directions drowned him like a tide. First place. First place. Fuck. First place. First place. Ah, Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. Whistles, laughter, applause, and screams. His hand tightly grasped Xie Sui's arm. After a violent gasp, his temples were throbbing. However, he looked up and revealed a bright and proud smile. His light brown pupils were clear and bright. In an instant, the sun was not as dazzling as it was. Panting slightly, Song Yu smiled and said, "Am I awesome?" Xie Sui supported him and was stunned for a second. Then, she laughed softly. "You're awesome." Jiang Chunian almost couldn't hold the fan steady. He was so excited that he was incoherent. "Ah, Sui Yu, it's true. I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Liang Yingying was speechless at this fickle woman. He rolled his eyes at her. "If you win, you can give your first kiss. Go and give it to him, you coward. Snatch Brother Yu from God Xie and kiss him on the wall of the field." Jiang Chunian, "I won't. Actually, it's quite interesting to be alive." The audience was lively as if it was the new year. In a corner, A youth in a baseball cap bared his teeth at the camera. Congratulations to Song-yu for winning first place. Then, I'll broadcast some unfortunate news. My roommate called and said that he was kidnapped and robbed of tens of millions in cash. He owes the Rolls-Royce for now. Debt is not a burden. He decided to give me a Lamborghini next time. The 1500 meters was the last race of the first day. After the run, Song-yu was accompanied by Xie as they walked around the edge of the field. Ma Xiaoding finally snatched the screaming chicken from Shi Bowen. She was overjoyed. She squeezed the chicken in her hand and it made a series of unpleasant sounds. Song-yu's eyes swept across the field. Ma Xiaoding silently held it in her arms, buttoned it up, and stopped playing with it. A group of people followed beside them. Shi Bowen was in high spirits. Brother Yu, you don't know how crazy the spectators were when you were running your last lap. They even gave you cars and houses. Even the teacher was stunned by your roar, ha ha ha. Song-yu had already recovered. She opened the bottle cap and drank a mouthful of iced red tea. Ma Xiaoding said, there was a big boss in the forum who made a bet. If Brother Yu gets first place, he will give 100 yuan to everyone who left their names. Now, the number of floors was about to break the record, and that big shot had secretly deleted his account. Damn it, I'll remember this bastard who owes me $100. A boy from class 1 laughed. Damn, if any of their words can be trusted, would I still be this poor? Song-yu couldn't stop laughing. He tilted his head and asked Xie, look at him. If I win, he'll give me a car, a house, and even my virginity. What about you? What do you want to give me? Xie tilted her head and stared at him. Her cold and dark eyes were smiling. She dragged out her words and said lazily, was I great last night? Song-yu, great my ass. He didn't say that. The class leader waved her arms desperately and ran from the front. She held a camera in her hand and shouted, school tyrant, school hunk, let's take a picture together. Ma Xiaoding raised his screaming chicken in front of her and said righteously, what are you doing? Protect Brother Yu, thank God. You're violating the right to portrait. The class leader rolled her eyes and said, the girl from the next class offered a sky-high price for a picture of the two of you. I thought about it. If the two of you stand together, wouldn't that be 100 yuan? Hurry up, I'm earning money for our class. Once we earn enough, we can go to the amusement park. Ma Xiaoding immediately became spirited. Then add me in. I only need 20 yuan. 120 yuan for one picture. The class leader couldn't be more disdainful. Get lost. If I take a picture of you, I'll probably deduct 20 yuan. Ma Xiaoding was dissatisfied. Brother Yu, thank God 50 to 50. No matter what, it's 40 to 60 for me and them. Everyone laughed out loud. Song-yu sneered and took a step back. I refuse. He pulled Xie along and lazily yang. And my desk mate. A flower on a high mountain has to look like a flower on a high mountain. Xie smiled but didn't say anything. The class leader held the camera and felt very wronged. I'm just thinking for the class. In the end, the two-person photo wasn't taken. Old Cheng walked over with sharp eyes. He originally wanted to scold them for staying, but in the end, he was dragged over to take a class photo. Are you shouting eggplant? What are you shouting for? Ma Xiaoding pinched the screaming chicken and suggested with a laugh, I asked Brother Yu if it was 6 or 6, and you guys said 6. Song-yu. How fucking shameful. However, before he could refuse, the class leader who was taking the photo had already started waving his hand. Ready. He shouted, Brother Yu, are you 6 or 6? 6, the laughter was clear and bright. Fuck. Song-yu was too embarrassed to see anyone. He turned his head to the side, and Xie chuckle rang in his ears. At the school gate. Qin Mo sat in the front passenger seat. The car window was lowered, and his amber eyes were silently looking in the direction of the field. The driver was arranged by the Wang family. He asked carefully, Fourth young master, are you waiting for someone? Qin Mo shook his head. No. The driver followed his gaze and looked in the direction of the field. He was a little surprised. Is number 1 high school holding a sports meet? It's so lively. Qin Mo's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly asked, "Do you know Xie? After all, the driver had worked for the Wang family for many years. He used to specially pick up and drop off Wang Ci. When he heard this name, his expression instantly turned ugly. "I know her. She's the one who harmed young Master Wang Ci." Even though Qin Mo had only been in Jing City for a few days, he knew a little about his ignorant and incompetent cousin. He thought about Wang Ci's temperament. It was hard to say who harmed who. However, he wasn't interested in delving into it. He tilted his head and asked, "Do you know his family background?" The Wang family had also seriously investigated Xie. The driver told him everything he knew. Xie only has an old woman in his family. It seems that she's not his biological child. We couldn't find out the identity of his mother. We only know that she committed suicide by jumping off a building and was infected with an illness. "Qin Mo, oh?" the driver said in surprise. "Did Xie provoke you at school? How could he be so bold?" Qin Mo said slowly, "He didn't provoke me. In fact, I wanted to provoke him." The driver was stunned. He then came up with a bad idea. "With your status, he can't refuse." Qin Mo looked at one point coldly and then closed the window. "He can't refuse, but there's someone beside him who's in my way." The driver. Song Yu. Wang Ci's incident had caused the collapse of the entire Wang family. Naturally, the cause and effect had been spread around. It was hard for him not to be familiar with this name. The relative of the Meng family, the nephew of the mayor, Madame Wang, was angry and shocked at first. After going back and seriously investigating, she found out who Song Yu was. The Song family of a city could only swallow their anger in silence. "This person from the Song family," the driver said vaguely. "He really likes to meddle in other people's business." "Qin Mo, let's go." He leaned against the front passenger seat and said coldly, "If he likes to meddle in other people's business, then let him go back to a city." The driver was stunned. "What?" Qin Mo said, "Doesn't the Song family treasure this young master so much?" He touched his knuckles and said with a smile, "Let's see if his family can bear to let him stay here if he acts up again." In the dim car, Qin Mo's voice was as cold as a poisonous snake's. "I heard that he can't touch alcohol." The night after the sports meet, a video and a sentence had been pinned at the top of the forum, and the popularity had been soaring for an entire week. "Cross the finish line and come to my heart." Main post, "Let me show you." It was taken at the highest point of the sports grandstand. After some post-processing, pay attention to the 3 minutes and 12 seconds mark. Sigh, the love between the school hunk and the school bully. 1L, after watching it, I'm dead. Damn it. 2L, after watching it, I'm dying. I'm doing sit-ups in a coffin. Damn it. 3L, what the hell, running was cut like a TV drama. Song Yu sprinted at the last second. He ran so fast, why did he slow it down? 4L, my main announcer called me hubby. If I had known, I would have written a cheering letter for myself. I need a girlfriend for half a minute. 5L, I'm convinced. I suggest you add a sentence in the main post, straight men, leave. 6L, I've been hinted at. 7L, whoa, you're looking down on me. Straight men are cursing and swearing. 8L, the confession letter. The sister who wrote this is a genius. Pass the pen to the genius. The lights are as bright as ever. Are you the wife of the genius? 9L, ha 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 ha, no. The credit belongs to everyone. I only contributed a little. Cute, kind, and smart. These are the words that God Xie used to describe Brother Yu. Carrot. 20L, I've watched it 20 times. To sum it up, you're giving me peace of mind. 21L, in the last 3 seconds, I seem to have used all my strength to run through the crowd to hug you. The colorful letter fell all over the ground. Pink balloons flew around the grandstand. People shouted and laughed. They were full of earthly joy. You're in my heart. I want to say something, but I can't. 22L, woo woo woo. I want to say something, but I can't. 23L, I want to say something, but I can't find the words. I wish them a bright future. There's still a long future. A bright future. There's still a long future. During the language class, the teacher wrote these words on the blackboard with chalk. He took a sip of water from his thermos and started talking about extracurricular content. This essay by Liang Qichao was written at the end of the Qing dynasty, after the failure of the Wushu reform. The weather was getting colder. The windows and doors in the classroom were tightly shut. The warmth made people feel sleepy. The first period was the language class. Song Yu was always slumped on the table. When he heard these words, his ears twitched. He lifted his head from his arms. He turned his head instinctively and saw Xie Sui's side profile. He was handsome and fair. His dark eyes were focused on the blackboard. Song Yu thought for a while and retracted his head. The midterm exam came as scheduled. Song Yu was more confident in this exam than in the monthly exam. When the results came out, he was indeed in the top 20. During the class meeting, old Cheng directly pulled him out and praised him for half the class. It was as if he was rewarding a child. In the end, he even smiled and asked him to go on stage to talk about learning methods. What else could Song Yu say? Thank you to my deskmate. Chapter 71. What kind of childish place was an amusement park? It was no different from a primary school student's spring outing. Song Yu refused in his heart. Old Cheng, on the other hand, was very satisfied with this decision. The time and place were decided immediately. There was no room for negotiation. Ma Xiaoding suggested excitedly, "The amusement park is good. I was just about to try out the new theme of their haunted house." Shi Bowen complained, "The bride in the coffin, right? I've been spoiled. There's nothing to look forward to." Ma Xiaoding covered his mouth. "You're the only one who has a mouth. You're always talking about it." On Friday night, Song Yu returned to the Meng family, but he was called over by Grandmother Meng. Grandmother Meng tidied up the house during the day and found some old things. It was a photo album with photos of him when he was young. She specially called him over to take a look. Under the light, his grandmother's grey hair was neatly combed. She spoke softly and carefully. "This was taken when you came to Jing City for the new year when you were 5 years old." A nostalgic light appeared in her eyes. "Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. I was still a little boy then." She reached out and pointed at the first photo. It was a child curled up on the sofa playing games. He was wearing a pink sweater and had a livid face. He exuded an aura that kept people away. Grandmother Meng smiled and said, "That day, you threw a tantrum with your family and refused to go out. Do you still remember?" Song Yu didn't know that he was like this when he was young. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why would I throw a tantrum?" Grandmother Meng glared at him and said, "Because you care about your face. Your mother put a pink sweater on you and jokingly called you a little girl, so you got angry." Song Yu's lips curled up. "You can't blame me for that." She forced a 5-year-old cool boy to wear a pink sweater and even called him a little girl to humiliate him. "It's my mother's problem." Grandmother Meng was amused by his words and sighed. "What's going on in your head?" He was a cool boy at 5 years old. He would become a handsome boy when he grew up. There was nothing wrong with it. Song Yu flipped through the photo album at the back. Through the years, he seemed to really see himself from 10 years ago. He was arrogant and irritable, but most of the time, he was a well-behaved and delicate boy who played quietly by the side. Song Yu suddenly had an epiphany. He raised his head and asked his grandmother, "Have I always been like this since I was a child?" The light was too gentle. Grandmother Meng smiled. There were fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She said softly, "That's right. I recognized him at first glance." Song Yu's fingers rested on the photo album. His fingertips were cold. After a slight pain in his brain, his whole body shook as if something had pierced through him. In the past few days, Song Yu had been dreaming very frequently. She was no longer an outsider, but had truly participated in it. Every detail was exceptionally clear, as if he had truly experienced it. He dreamed of his sister's wedding. In the most luxurious Li Jiang hotel in a city. The last person she married was a handsome and gentle university professor. He was as clean as jade and had a good temper. He was completely not in her criteria for a spouse, but he was with her until the end. Song Yu changed into a grey suit and waited for her in the dressing room. She was today's bride. Her long hair was tied up in a high bun, and she was wearing a snow-white wedding dress. When she smiled, her eyes were dark and clear. They were gentle and moving. Song Weiniang asked him, "Did you go to the banquet hall on the 3rd floor to see it?" Song Yu was stunned. "No." Song Weiniang said with a smile, "My makeup will probably take an hour. You'll be bored here. Why don't you go there first? I thought about the theme for the wedding for a long time. It's called the Milky Way universe. The visual effect should be very shocking." Song Yu laughed. "It must be very romantic." The makeup artist began to help her with her eye makeup. Song Weiniang closed his eyes. The smile on his lips could not hide the happiness and sweetness. "That's for sure. If you're jealous, hurry up and find a girlfriend, baby." Song Yu snorted. "That's not necessary." He wanted to say that with his body, he should not harm other girls. But when the words came to his mouth, he immediately changed his tone and said in a lazy young tone, "After all, fate is the most unattainable thing in the world. It depends on God's arrangement." A few staff members were scattered in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. They were moving equipment and adjusting the lights. He walked in with his brother. Many people shouted, "Eldest master, 3rd master." Song Yu smiled faintly. He found a place to sit down. Song Shu said, "You haven't been back to a city for a long time." Song Yu, "Yes, it's been a few years, but it doesn't feel like anything has changed." Song Shu asked, "Why didn't you call your old friends to meet you?" Song Yu, "Are you my brother? I know a few people in a city. Don't you know them?" "It seems so." "Ha ha ha, I don't know many of them." The staff brought 2 drinks. Song Shu declined and tilted his head to look at him seriously. "Do you still remember Xie Wei?" Song Yu's pupils froze slightly. He said slowly, I still remember." Song Shu said in a rather complicated tone, "3rd Master Xie of the Xie family is sick and hospitalized. The old master has started to cause trouble again. There are also a few brothers and sisters who haven't given up on their evil intentions. Xie Wei was voted out by the board of directors. She's not in a good situation now." Song Yu's fingers paused in the dark. He asked, "Not in a good situation? What's wrong?" "Song Shu, the Xie family has abandoned him. He doesn't look easy to get along with. In private, he's even more so. He's cold and ruthless. Over the years, he's provoked a lot of people in a city. Once he loses power, it's inevitable that others will kick him when he's down. He's still missing now, but I know that many people are looking for him." Song Yu felt his throat was a little hoarse. "The Shu family?" Song Shu shook his head. "The Qin family and the Zhao family." Song Yu, "They?" Song Shu frowned and said with a strange expression, "You're not in a city, so you don't know. Anyway, I've always heard that Qin Mo and Zhao Ziyu once pursued Xie Wei crazily. I guess they couldn't get her and hated her because of their love. Why bother? Besides, a person like Xie Wei is not to be trifled with even if she's lost power." Song Yu, is Xie Wei still in a city now?" Song Shu was slightly surprised. "Don't tell me you're also thinking of looking for her." Song Yu, "No, I'm just asking." When he went downstairs, he heard the people around him gloating. They couldn't hide their malice. Who would have thought that Xie Wei, who was so domineering in a city, would be reduced to such a state? The Xie family doesn't intend to let him have an easy time. Now that he's in debt and can't find a job, he won't go begging, right? That won't be the case. Do you still remember his mother? The daughter of the Shu family was raised so well. She's willing to be someone's mistress. She's really despicable. Xie Wei is probably the same. There are many people in a city who like his face. Maybe he's been kept by a woman. Ha ha ha, I really want to see him in such a sorry state now. It's so satisfying. Song Yu stopped walking downstairs. He tilted his head and asked indifferently, "What's satisfying?" His voice was cold. The two young men who were talking were stunned. They recognized at a glance that this was the third young master of the Song family. They immediately smiled awkwardly. Song-yu, what a coincidence. Song-yu's eyes were cold and cynical. The corner of his mouth was mocking. He lost his power, but there are women who are willing to keep him. He has people who love him and make money. What's there to be satisfied about? If you're ugly, can't you read more books? No matter what kind of person you are, everyone is the same. As for Aunt Shu, he took a step forward and said indifferently, don't let me hear the word mistress again. After all, today was the Song family's wedding banquet. The two young men were angry, but they didn't dare to say a word. Their faces were ashen. Song-yu turned around and went downstairs. However, a determined light flashed in his eyes. What kind of feelings did he have for Xie? Perhaps it was the purest and most innocent appearance he had seen in their childhood. Therefore, no matter how Song-shu said that that person was dangerous, it wasn't very convincing to him. Even when Xie was in such a desperate situation, he subconsciously wanted to help him. He had Xie's private phone number. Originally, he just wanted to test the waters. He didn't expect that person to pick up. Hello. The voice on the other side of the phone was cold and slightly hoarse. It was just like before, without the slightest hint of decadence. Song-yu was stunned. However, as if electricity had passed through his brain, he said softly after a long time, it's me, Song-yu. I'm back in the country today. Do you have time to meet me? There was a long silence on the other side. After a long time, he chuckled and said casually, okay. The meeting was set to be in the restaurant. He chose a quiet private room with a vintage and unique decoration. Green plants separated the quiet space. When Xie arrived, Song-yu's hand that was stirring the coffee froze. The man was tall and straight, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He was as elegant and calm as ever. When he sat down, even if he had lost his power, he still felt oppressed. He asked, what do you want to talk about? It was probably the first time that Song-yu was so nervous. Although he really wanted to be a rich second generation who threw out a black card and went straight to the point, I'll help the poor. However, considering the self-esteem of his childhood friend, he silently suppressed this idea. It would be an insult if he didn't use money directly. I don't have many friends in a city. I found you on my phone and wanted to meet you. Let's chat casually. He could only say so. Xie stared at him and smiled. Okay. Basically, Song-yu was looking for topics to talk about during the meal. Xie was obviously not very interested. Song-yu sighed as he chatted. Xie could tolerate wasting time here with him. After they finished chatting, Song-yu took the initiative to say, let me send you home. Xie didn't refuse. She looked back at him deeply and nodded with a smile. In the car, they were also speechless. After sending Xie downstairs, Song-yu wanted to leave immediately. However, Xie asked, do you want to go upstairs and take a look? Song-yu was still thinking about how to help her when he was asked. He was stunned and nodded. Okay. They went upstairs and closed the door. Before the lights in the room were turned on, Song-yu suddenly felt his waist being hugged by a pair of hot hands. A man who was a head taller than him leaned over. In the darkness, he was as oppressive as a beast. He was stunned. Then, his whole body was pressed against the wall. The man pressed the back of his head with his other hand and kissed him coldly and fiercely. He kissed his lips gently and stuck his tongue into his mouth domineeringly. He hooked his tongue and teased him skillfully. He was wanton and provocative. His nose was filled with that cold breath. It was like a person who was abstinent was aroused. Song-yu was confused by this. He felt Xie's slender hand start to move down. He instantly came back to his senses. He seemed to have been set off and reached out to push her away. What are you doing? However, Xie accurately grabbed his wrist. There was no resistance. A faint light came in through the gap in the window. Xie's peach blossom eyes narrowed. The coldness between his eyebrows turned into a decadent charm. He chuckled in the darkness. Isn't this why you're looking for me? Song-yu. I'm here to help the poor. Chapter 72. Song Yu took a deep breath. After all, he wasn't as straightforward as he was when he was young. He calmed down the anger and panic in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let go." Xie chuckled when he heard that. He took a step back, pressed his finger on the wall, and turned on the lights. His departure took away the oppressive feeling that made Song Yu feel suffocated. The frozen and ambiguous atmosphere began to flow again. The room was bright. Xie stood up straight, cold and elegant. He put away his lust and laziness and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood." Song Yu was so angry that he laughed. He ground his teeth and said, "Are you so casual with everyone?" Xie dark eyes fixed on him for a while. He smiled and suddenly changed the topic. "Do you want something to drink?" Song Yu was so angry that he was full of anger. With a cold face, he refused directly. "No need. It's getting late. I should go back." Xie suddenly said, "Song Yu." He looked into his eyes and said, "Stay. What do you want to talk about?" Song Yu's words stopped in his throat. He looked up, and his light brown eyes were full of surprise. Xie paused and added, "Other than you, I can't find anyone to talk to now." His tone was casual, but there was a slight loneliness in it. Song Yu was stunned. Yes, no matter how casual he appeared, the man in front of him was not in a good situation. He was at the lowest point in his life. His family regarded him as a snake and scorpion. He was alone in this city and surrounded by evil intentions. He thought about his behavior just now. He was so frivolous and unrestrained. Was he the same to everyone? Song Yu's heart was stifled. He held his breath and felt that they did need to have a good chat. Anything. He answered his previous question of "What do you want to drink?" He took off his suit jacket, wrapped it in his arms, and walked into the house. In the middle of the night, there was a heavy downpour in a city. The rain was very heavy. From the window, one could see the boundless curtain of rain, which made the bustling city blurry. Taking over the steaming cup, Song Yu frowned and asked him, "Are you interested in working in the Song enterprise? I can contact my father and ask him to give you a position in the headquarters. If you are overseas, you can avoid the Xie family." Xie smiled and said, "Thank you, but I won't trouble you." Song Yu was infuriated. "Then don't be as casual as you were today, okay? Aunt Shu doesn't want to see you degenerate like this." He recalled the rumors he had heard and found it hard to believe. "You can't be thinking that I'm here to provide for you, right?" Xie tilted her head and smiled. "Yes, do you want to?" Song Yu said resolutely, "No." Xie said slowly, "Oh." Although he was depressed by the misunderstanding, he still went to see Xie from time to time out of a complicated mood. In fact, after they were separated when they were young, their first reunion after many years was not warm and romantic. At that time, Xie was even as cold as a stranger. Song Yu also felt that the two of them were in completely different worlds and there was no need for them to cross paths again. He didn't know how things had developed to this point. He was going to leave after attending Song Weining's wedding, but he stayed for Xie. His parents couldn't persuade him and agreed. They were afraid that he would be bored, so they let him be the nominal president of a subsidiary company of the Song enterprise. He only needed to sign the company's decisions. During that time in a city, he didn't understand what Xie wanted to do. He didn't look for a job and was idle every day. He even raised a cat. Raising a cat. Do you want to plant a few pots of grass? Do you have any self-awareness of your low point in life? Finally, one day, Song Yu couldn't bear it anymore. "Where do you get the money to pay the rent?" Xie was playing with the cat with her slender fingers. When she heard his words, she suddenly smiled and her eyes seemed to have a deep meaning. "Yes, it seems that I'm going to be kicked out. What should I do?" Song Yu. What should he do? He felt that he had done enough for the sake of their childhood friendship. Xie moved into Enchanting residence and lived in his house. Actually, there was no difference in their lives. They just had to hide it from his brother. His brother had a mysterious hostility towards Xie, as if he was facing a scourge. Although Song Yu didn't understand, he didn't dare to step on his brother's anger. However, Every time Song Shu called, Xie Sui would make some noise. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Song Shu's ears were very sharp. Is there someone in your house? Song Yu's heart was in his mouth. Ah, is there? No, you must have heard wrongly. Song Shu was suspicious. Did I hear wrongly? Song Yu was certain. That's for sure. After hanging up the phone, Song Yu gritted his teeth and glared at Xie Sui. Xie Sui held the cat on the sofa and smiled at him. Her peach blossom eyes curved and the coldness in her eyes melted. She was unbelievably beautiful. At the end of the season, Song Yu was still busy. He was busy from the company to his home. Once, perhaps it was because the weather was too cold, he caught a cold and fell asleep in the study in a daze. He only woke up when Xie Sui pushed him. Half asleep, his head hurt and he couldn't open his eyes. He murmured, "What time is it?" 8 o'clock. Her cold and slender hand covered his forehead. Xie Sui's cold voice sounded in his ears. He said helplessly, "Are you that tired?" Song Yu's throat was very dry. He was like a child throwing a tantrum. "I'm not going to the hospital." He hated hospitals. Xie Sui said, "Okay, I'm not going." Song Yu was confused by the fever, but he still did his duty. "I still have a report to read." Xie Sui kissed his eyebrows gently. "I'll read it for you." That kiss was so gentle that he still remembered it when he woke up the next day. His fever almost subsided when he woke up, but his face was still very hot when he woke up. He hurried out of the house and rushed to the company. He was still in a daze when he was in a meeting. When he wanted to start work and turned on his computer, he found that Xie Sui had finished his work last night. She replied to all the emails and even sorted out the reports from various departments. The important ones were specifically picked out. It was clear and efficient and saved him a lot of trouble. The secretary was shocked by his efficiency last night, but she still reported to him the schedule. "President Song, there's a charity banquet tonight." "Song Yu, cancel it." The secretary nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it now." She was very straightforward. After all, Chairman Song had already explained everything clearly to them. Of course, they would listen to this young master. No one would blame President Song if he ruined the company. Moreover, he was so responsible. Song Yu sat in his office in a daze. He began to recall his feelings for Xie Sui. The more he thought about it, the more confused and frightened he became. The sky was dark outside. It was rainy season. Not long after, it started to rain heavily. Song Yu was so annoyed that he wanted to avoid Xie Sui. He decided to stay at the Song family's old mansion for the night. However, when he walked to the door, he saw Xie Sui holding an umbrella and waiting for him by the car. He stood there like a painting, elegant and distant. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his cold and white wrist bones. He was wearing an expensive watch and even seemed to be looking down at the time. This face had appeared repeatedly in financial magazines. No one in the company was unfamiliar with it. Everyone was scared silly. When they went downstairs, they almost fell. Song Yu paused in his steps and was about to avoid him. However, a black car suddenly sped over, the wheels splashing white flowers. After it stopped, the car door was suddenly opened. A man in a black suit with a ferocious expression walked out. Qin Mo Xie Sui. Slamming the car door, the gentle and polite fourth young master of the Qin family seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were red as he walked forward. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Xie Sui's gaze shifted to his face. He smiled faintly and said casually, "Looking for me?" Was he tired of living? Qin Mo approached him. He was on the verge of going crazy. "Come back with me now. I won't let the Xie family hurt you." Xie Sui smiled and looked behind him. His mocking expression faded a little. He stepped forward with his long legs and walked up the stairs. He tilted his umbrella slightly and said with a smile, "Let's go home." Song Yu said naturally, "Okay." There was a fire in his heart now. Qin Mo was drenched in the rain and was in a sorry state. When he saw this scene, he felt as if his heart was being ruthlessly squeezed. His lips were pale. He stared at Song Yu as if he wanted to eat him up. "Song Yu, Thinking of those rumors, Song Yu's lips curled up mockingly. Young Master Qin, why are you blocking my company's entrance? Qin Mo's eyes were red, but he looked at Xie Sui. He was so angry that he spoke without thinking. You disappeared for the past few months with Song Yu? Aren't you very noble and capable? Now you've fallen to such a lowly state and become a kept woman? Xie Sui didn't say anything. Song Yu was already annoyed and said, is there something wrong with your brain? Who told you that I'm a kept woman? Qin Mo's teeth were chattering. Song Yu said, can't you see that we're loving each other? Hurry up and get lost. You're already blind. It won't be good if water gets into your brain again. Xie Sui laughed out loud. Qin Mo, on the other hand, was filled with anger and despair. He gently tore it apart. He looked at Xie Sui in pain. Why is it him? Why is it him? I clearly knew you first. I know that you still hate me and blame me for letting you down. I know that I was wrong now. I even fell out with the Wang family for you. Xie Sui. What the fuck do you want me to do? Song Yu felt that he was an idiot. He turned his head, reached out, and wrapped his arms around Xie Sui's neck, letting him lean over. Then, in the rain, he took the initiative to kiss his lips. Their lips and teeth were filled with the sweet taste of mint. The two of them kissed in the pouring rain. Qin Mo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Song Yu ended the kiss. Then, he immediately turned his head and said to the lunatic, did you see that? If you saw it, get lost. Qin Mo's expression was extremely painful and desperate. It was as if he couldn't breathe. Song Yu had already dragged Xie Sui into the car. He closed the door and started the car. He held his breath and drove straight home. Song Yu didn't say a word. Xie Sui was also silent. After entering the elevator, Song Yu wanted to explain. He stared at the changing floor number and didn't look away. I was acting for him just now. I don't want him to pester you anymore. Xie Sui, What did you act for? Song Yu, just acting as lovers. Xie Sui turned her head, her eyes rippling with laughter. She said slowly, act? Haven't we always been lovers? Song Yu turned his head in shock. A wave of heat rushed to his head, and his mind went blank. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. He walked out as if he was running away. Was Xie Sui crazy, or was he crazy? He was probably crazy. The ambiguous atmosphere was as thin as a piece of paper, but no one dared to expose it. These days at home, they had been communicating as usual. Xie Sui also acted very naturally, as if she was patiently tolerating him. Song Yu was confused. For this reason, he even asked Song Weiniang, who was on their honeymoon, to explain the situation. Song Weiniang couldn't help laughing. She's already living in your house. What else can we be if we're not lovers? Don't think so much. Go to her room tonight and make this relationship official. Song Yu. Forget it. When the company was on vacation, Song Yu proposed to Xie Sui to go to Jing City. In fact, when he asked this question, his whole heart was anxious. He wanted to know more about Xie Sui, but he also knew that Xie Sui's childhood was not good. Jing City might be a nightmarish memory. He looked at Xie Sui tentatively, but met a pair of dark and smiling eyes. The man opposite him smiled and said, okay. Song Yu's lips curled up in delight. He followed Xie Sui's life, from Lianyun Street to No. 1 Middle School in Jing City. No. 1 Middle School had renovated the school gate, and the outer wall had been repainted to cover the old graffiti. Xie Sui's former classroom had been abandoned. But there was nothing worth remembering in each place. Sometimes when Song Yu walked through the playground, he seemed to see the silent, lonely, and always alone teenager more than 10 years ago. His grandmother's house was in Jing City. After a day of living, his grandmother was so excited that her eyes turned red. After a while, she smiled and wiped her tears and invited them in. In the summer of Jing City, the days were hot and dry, and the nights were cool. Grandma was getting on in years, so she liked to watch operas. While they were waiting for dinner, the TV was playing Lock and Chilean Pouch. It was melodious and long. Song Yu sat on the sofa and stared blankly for a long time. Suddenly, he sat up seriously, tilted his head, and said, If you had told me when you moved to Jing City with Aunt Shu, I would have moved with you. Xie Sui never liked to make assumptions. She just smiled and said, okay. Song Yu said, then my mom would have agreed. After all, my grandmother is here. Xie Sui said, yes. Song Yu was amused by his own childish thoughts. He said jokingly, then I would have transferred to your school, your class, and become your deskmate. Xie Sui chuckled. I couldn't ask for more. Song Yu said jokingly, I would have treated you very well at that time. I would have protected you from those terrible things and people. Xie Sui smiled. The light shone down, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Song Yu said, then maybe we would have been together in high school. Okay. Xie Sui couldn't hold back the tenderness in her heart. She leaned over and kissed the young man's lips. She said with a smile, love at first sight. Song Yu was scared to death. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pushed her away. Stop it. My grandmother is still here. Xie Sui chuckled hoarsely. Outside the window, the stars were scattered in the night sky. The melodious voice of the TV seemed to come slowly through the flowing water. She sang slowly. He taught me to let go of my hatred, to stop being coquettish, to start anew, to change my temperament, to stop drowning in the water, to return from the sea of bitterness, to realize Lanyan early. To return from the sea of bitterness, to realize Lanyan early. Song Yu felt cold all over. It was as if his whole body had sunk into the depths of the sea. He had a splitting headache and couldn't even breathe. The suffocating coldness, the indescribable sadness and regret made his heart clench. In the end, he completely forgot the contents of the dream. Only the words of the play rang in his mind. He felt extremely uncomfortable. There was even a faint taste of blood in his mouth. It was very light and filled his nasal cavity. His thoughts were thick and stiff, and his brain seemed to be filled with heavy black mud. Finally, he was awakened by a complex voice. Host. Song Yu woke up with a start, opened his eyes, sat up, and gasped for breath. Sweat wet his hair, and the sadness in his heart could not be dispersed. In front of his bed, there was a blue figure floating. It was Song Yu in a blue and white hospital gown. He didn't know how long 008 had disappeared. Song Yu had no time to pay attention to him now. Covering his head, he tried desperately to recall the contents of the dream, but he couldn't remember it. 008 sighed, his expression was extremely complicated. He stepped forward and reached out to touch Song Yu's eyebrows. The blue light was very light. The taste of blood in his mouth gradually faded. The sadness and regret in his heart were expelled by some reassuring force, and his brain was clear again. Song Yu slowly put down his hand, and his light-colored eyes gradually lost their pain. He calmed down and looked up to ask the first sentence, what did I dream of? 008 shrank a little and faltered, nothing. It's a nightmare. I'll help you get rid of those negative emotions. Song Yu's eyes were extremely cold. 008 gritted his teeth and said, it's useless for you to look at me. You forgot it when you woke up. I can't help you find it back. Song Yu stared at him for a long time. The dream that he had been repeating all the time was finally close to the truth. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he said calmly, you're back just in time. I've always wanted to ask you. 008's expression was stiff all of a sudden. Song Yu said directly, I'm actually Song Yu. 008's weak and pale face had a moment of panic, but soon pulled out a smile. What, I'm Song Yu. Song Yu's mood was extremely bad. He sneered, fake goods, don't pretend. 008 was in a hurry. Host, how can you have such an idea? Don't you remember Song Lan? Have you forgotten your family and your memories in your last life? And it's clear that you came in after reading a book. This is the world in the book. How can you be Song Yu? Song Yu, don't. Your acting is really bad. Song Yu stared at it coldly. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll go to Xie Sui now. 008 heard the two words Xie Sui and got angry. The blue light around him exploded violently twice. What's the difference between this and a showdown? What have you done during the time I was away? The protagonist must know that you are Song Yu, the Song Yu in a city. I told you not to get close to Xie Sui. That's for your own good. What are you doing? Song Yu raised his eyebrows. 4. I'm good. There's nothing wrong with his brain. 008 was so angry that he almost turned around. Alas, how can you? How did you get to this point again? Forget it, he said to Song Yu dejectedly. Why do you think I was gone for so long? It's all because of you. I don't know how to deal with the main god. When you came to Jingcheng, the plot was completely changed. The development of many things is also irresistible. Now we can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Song Yu pulled his lower lip corner. Speak human language. 008 almost begged, his expression collapsed and helpless. As long as you don't get together with Xieswei. Song Yu. 008's trip back was even more stupid. 008, just such a small request, I beg you. The main god and I are desperate. Boss, host, dad, you can transfer away at the end of this semester. Xieswei is not a little pitiful now. You've helped as much as you can. There's really nothing to miss in Jingcheng. Song Yu frowned. What the hell? 008, boss, hold on a little longer, just a little longer. If the conditions don't allow it, the main god wants to let you go directly now. Song Yu was stunned. Leave or not? He even subconsciously resisted this question. 008, the end of this semester. At the end of this semester, I beg you not to be with Xieswei during this time. Don't like her. Song Yu looked at the face that was exactly the same as his own, silent for a long time, and asked the question in his heart. Why do you keep emphasizing this point? 008 was about to cry. Alas, anyway, you listen to me. I'm really for your own good. The blue light around the system was on Song Yu's face. His skin was white and transparent, sick but fierce. He said lightly, if you tell me the truth, I'll promise you. 008 screamed like a cat who stepped on its tail. Impossible. Song Yu was not afraid of him. Oh, I'll go and confess to Xieswei tomorrow. 008 has been so angry that he closed himself. Anyway, it's you who will regret it. After that, regardless of Song Yu, he drilled into his head. Song Yu was slightly stunned and shouted twice, but 008 refused to come out. His heart, which had been messed up by an unknown dream, was calmed down by this stupid system. He thought that he was really Song Yu. What's in the dream? It feels different from gentle control. His last life? In the dream, he seemed to be a sick person in the last life. 008. Song Yu said softly, I changed my mind. If you tell me what's wrong with me, I'll promise you. The faint blue light moved. 008 seemed to be moved and sighed in his mind. He didn't know how many times he had sighed tonight. 008 said, You're not sick now. If you're sick, you're crazy. The 3 words crazy were said with gnashing teeth. I don't know how much resentment there was. I said I'm Song Yu, not a fake. The terminal disease you should have is in me. It's not a big deal. You can talk to Xieswei casually after 5 years, and you can come back to reality. It's not because of you. It said in a muffled voice, and I'm really not a fake. But he never denied Song Yu's guess. Song Yu was slightly stunned. Terminal disease, 008 said, the Lord God and I are very regretful, very regretful. I'm so angry. Why is his obsession so strong? It's clear that you're... Oh, it's so annoying. 008 shut up in time and continued to close himself in his mind. Chapter 73. 008 didn't say anything after he went in. Song Yu shouted for a long time, but it didn't respond. Song Yu rubbed his temples tiredly. He guessed that 008 was probably really autistic. He was so stupid. He might have been scolded a lot by the God King he mentioned, and then he would be angered by him when he came back. The corners of his mouth twitched speechlessly. He had been woken up in the middle of the night and had such a conversation with 008. He had completely forgotten the dream he had before and couldn't remember anything. The negative emotions were absorbed, and Song Yu felt sleepy again. He wiped the corners of his eyes, and the coolness from his fingertips stunned him. It was wet. Song Yu's eyes widened slightly. What? He was scared to tears by a nightmare. However, He was scared to tears by a nightmare in the middle of the night, and he was dragged to a haunted house during the day. How miserable. When they gathered at the school gate, Song-yu looked like he hadn't woken up yet again. He was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. His eyelids were drooping, and his mouth was twitching. His whole body was filled with an aura of "I'm so sleepy, don't bother me." Then, old Cheng patted him hard on the shoulder. "Song-yu, what's wrong with you? Did you stay up all night last night? Cheer up. Young people should act like young people. Be spirited. Come, smile at the sun." With one slap, he shattered his image of a school bully that kept people away. Song-yu gave a fake smile and tugged at the corner of his lips. Old Cheng was very satisfied. The people in Class 1 held back their laughter. After getting into the car, Song-yu sat in the second-to-last row on the right, while Ma Xiaoding and Shi Bowen sat in the last row. Sitting directly behind him, Ma Xiaoding held a small peach-wood sword in his hand and waved it. He said, "I heard that in The Bride in the Coffin, there will be a scene where a group of ghosts will pounce on me. Let me be prepared first. Oh, rich, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. Brother Yu, I'll protect you." Song-yu was so sleepy that he yawned and said lazily to Yang Yang, "You're quite awesome. You're superstitious under socialism." Ma Xiaoding held the peachwood sword. "Isn't this double insurance?" Shi Bowen tilted his head and asked, "The haunted house is fake. What are you afraid of?" Ma Xiaoding began to scare herself again. "Do you know that the theme of The Bride in the Coffin is actually from a true story? And I heard that the name of the heroine has not changed." "What was his name?" "It's something that connects life and death, so the evil spirit of the bride might have been attracted to it. What's real is fake, and what's fake is real. You think it's a staff member, but even if you tear off the mask, it's still a pale face." The girl next to her covered her ears in fright and began to curse. Ma Xiaoding, shut up." Ma Xiaoding covered her mouth. The group of boys burst into laughter. Song-yu opened the window a little, and the wind outside blew in, dispelling some of his sleepiness. The noise and laughter in the car pulled him back from the strange feeling he had yesterday. In fact, he is a natural rebel. The more 008 emphasizes not to like Xie Sui, the more curious he is. Why? What would happen if you fell in love with someone? Heaven falling and earth rending? The world collapsing? Of course, he's just curious. After all, liking someone is not a joke. 008 said that he would be sent away at the end of the semester. Song-yu was a little resistant to this question, but he couldn't find a reason. The seat next to him suddenly sank. Song-yu immediately withdrew his divergent thoughts and turned his head. It was Xie Sui who came back from buying water. Just now, the question about him had been hovering in her heart. When she saw his face at first, she was a little lost in thought. Xie Sui unscrewed the cap of the bottle and handed it over. Seeing his sleepy expression, she asked with amusement, "Didn't sleep well last night?" Song-yu took a sip, and said vaguely, "Well, I had a nightmare." "Xie Sui, what did you dream of?" Song-yu shook his head, "I don't remember, but it was probably not a good dream." Xie Sui was stunned, but she didn't continue to ask about the dream. He said, "Do you want to sleep in the car?" Song-yu was really tired, so he nodded his head. He put his hand on the window, held his head, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The car started. It was a little bumpy, and they drove for a while. He was half asleep and not very comfortable. Unconsciously, he leaned on Xie Sui's shoulder. Xie Sui tilted her head and glanced at him, but she didn't say anything. Her attitude was natural, as if nothing had happened. The morning light pierced through the clouds and penetrated the window, shining on the teenager's face. His eyelashes were faintly golden, and his skin was white and gentle. Ma Xiaoding saw a very picturesque cloud and was about to shout, but when he turned his head, Shi Bowen covered his mouth. He motioned for him to look forward. Everyone in the car was quiet. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There was no word in the car. The private class group was very lively. "Damn, I want to change seats with Brother Yu. I also want to lean on the shoulder of the school hunk. You go, thank God for not twisting your head off. The more I look, the angrier I get. I'm so angry that I kicked the pig sleeping next to me. A fight broke out in the back. Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you fight again and wake brother you up, both of you will be finished. Old Cheng had originally organized a team-building party to reward them for their excellent midterm exam results. After they gathered at the entrance of the amusement park, they could do whatever they wanted. Song Yu got out of the car and only woke up a little after eating a candy. Ma Xiaoding led the charge with a peachwood sword. 8 boys from class 1 came, and 4 girls who were brave enough to come along. There was a long line at the entrance of the haunted house. The estimated time was half an hour. Song Yu was leaning against a pillar and wanted to sleep for a while, but Ma Xiaoding tugged at his clothes. He was dumbfounded. Fuck, brother Yu, they're from number 13 high school. Song Yu looked in his direction. In front of them was also a group of students. They were wearing school uniforms carelessly and had a few hot girls with them. Ma Xiaoding was stunned. How the fuck did we meet them? Brother Yu, look, that guy with a crew cut and a bunch of tattoos on his neck is the school bully of number 13 high school, Yarrow Rui. Song Yu retracted his gaze. What does it have to do with me? Ma Xiaoding wanted to say, how is it none of your business? Shouldn't you bullies not see each other? However, when he thought of the comments about Song Yu on the forum, he shut his mouth silently. Fuck, brother Yu is not a school bully, he's a security guard. Lin Shuangqiu was among the group of girls who followed them. She had done a lot of homework before coming, so she explained the rules to everyone. The bride in the coffin scene is quite big. Let's not get separated. If we find the life door within 20 minutes, we'll succeed. If we can't find it, a staff member will come and lead us out. Let me say this first, don't scare yourself. Every time I enter a haunted house, I'm scared by my teammates. After she finished speaking, she took out the lollipop in her mouth and tilted her head with a smile. Of course, we have brother Yu this time, so passing should be easy. The person in front of them turned around and looked at Lin Shuangqiu. He said in a hooligan tone, "Little beauty, is this your first time here?" Lin Shuangqiu was wearing a school-style shirt and a pleated skirt. Her short hair was shoulder-length and pinned with a star hairpin. She looked like an obedient girl. She ignored him and pretended not to hear him. The person who spoke was from number 13 high school. Next to him was Yarrow Rui. Yarrow Rui had his hand on the waist of a girl with makeup. When he saw them, he narrowed his eyes and whistled. Number 1 high school? Do you want to follow me? Big brother will protect you. The group of people next to him laughed rudely. Lin Shuangqiu rolled her eyes. After the group in front of them left, it was their turn. It happened to be number 13 high school and number 1 high school. The entrance to the haunted house looked like a cave. After they entered, they walked to the left. The staff led them to a dark tunnel. When the door was closed, they walked forward. At the same time, eerie background music sounded above them. A shrill female voice slowly spoke. They cut off my tongue so I couldn't call for help. They dug out my eyes so I couldn't see the way. They nailed me in a coffin and buried me alive. They drained my blood and dyed my wedding dress red. There seemed to be someone hanging on the wall of the tunnel. From time to time, they would reach out their hands. The atmosphere was very tense. The girls gathered together nervously. The group moved forward. When they turned the corner, Lin Shuangqiu suddenly shouted. The girl next to her was scared to death. What are you doing? Lin Shuangqiu seemed to be so angry that her whole body was shaking. Nothing. The commotion behind them did not reach the front. Song Yu walked very well. He turned his head and asked Xie Sui, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Xie Sui laughed. "I'm not afraid." Song Yu was actually not afraid, but after being fed a bunch of nonsense by 008 yesterday, his thoughts were quite philosophical. Then do you believe in souls, ghosts, and reincarnation? Xie Sui, why do you ask? Song Yu, isn't it normal to ask this when you're in a haunted house? Let's create a kind of atmosphere first. Xie Sui suddenly chuckled. You believe in it? Song Yu, yes, yes. Huh. Xie Sui suddenly said, I believe in reincarnation, but it doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not. He began to guess Song Yu's dream yesterday. She was probably dreaming about the past again. However, if the past was a nightmare for Song Yu, then it should not be a past worth remembering. In a moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. Xie Wei smiled and said gently and casually, "If you don't talk about the past, it's fine now." Chapter 74. When Song Yu heard his words, he froze in the dark. The unhappiness and depression that had been stuck in his heart since last night were cleared at this moment. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt his soul become lighter. Song Yu slowly smiled. Yes, you're right. He didn't admonish him in the past, but now was good. As for whether he could go back or not, he would talk about it when the time came. The bride in the coffin was a gimmick, but in reality, it was just a few rooms and corridors that formed a maze. Song Yu strode in front, only wanting to go back to sleep early. He pushed open a door, ignored the bloody fake head that suddenly fell from the beam, and brushed it aside with her hair. He looked around and said, "This should be the bridal chamber." There were red candles on the table, and the word happiness was pasted on the window. The quilt on the bed was messy, and there were black hair and bloodstains on the floor. Song Yu went to turn the quilt over. When he got close to the bed, a pale hand covered in liver mortis reached out from under the bed and grabbed his foot. After shaking the quilt and pillow, Song Yu didn't even blink. He sucked on his candy and said, "Brother, don't. If you're a useless NPC, then stay down there. I'm busy looking for clues." Xie Wei laughed. Following him in was really not a gaming experience. Song Yu pulled out a letter from under the pillow. The words Clue 1 were written in the upper right corner. He opened it and saw a map. It looked like the layout of the haunted house. There was a winding trail of blood. It was probably the escape route drawn by the bride. He nodded. "Follow this path." When he went out, he ran into another group of people screaming and running out of the opposite room with pale faces. A girl was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. Tears streamed down her face as she was supported by another person. Song Yu raised his eyebrows and glanced at them. Lin Shuangqiu recovered and explained while panting, "It was a kitchen. We were halfway through when a body suddenly fell from the roof. Damn it." They were scared out of their wits, but the other group of people from number 13 high school were leisurely. From beginning to end, Yarrow Rui's gaze fell on Lin Shuangqiu. It was strange and disgusting. Lin Shuangqiu took out a piece of paper and said, "This is under the knife. There's a password on it. It should be used later." He probably had to find something in every room. "But we only have 20 minutes. There are 10 doors here." Song Yu said, "Then let's split up." After saying that, he glanced at Yarrow Rui, his gaze as cold as a knife. Yarrow Rui whistled provocatively at him. After more than 10 minutes, 10 doors. Although each door was scary, in the end, there were only 3 clues, a map and 2 passwords. Following the map, they walked forward and arrived at a place to go downstairs. The stairs were very dark and narrow. In order to save time, they could only go down one by one. Lin Shuangqiu walked down, and Yarrow Rui immediately followed, wanting to be the next one. Song Yu grabbed his arm and said, "What's the hurry? Don't you know that handsome guys go first?" He was very strong. Yarrow Rui tried to move his arm, but he couldn't open it. He stared at him gloomily. Song Yu took a step forward and followed him down the stairs. After going down the stairs, they arrived at a very narrow corridor. It was pitch black, and only the faint red light of the surveillance cameras could be seen. It was too dark. Everyone felt a little guilty and began to discuss the original plot of Bride in the Coffin. Ma Xiaoding is indeed a liar. This is from the Republic of China. How can it be an adaptation of a real story? It seems to be a haunted house. The female owner was kidnapped and sold to a Minghan. She failed to escape, and her tongue was cut out, her eyes were gouged out, and she was buried alive in a coffin. After her death, she turned into a malicious spirit and took revenge on everyone in the house. I went to the groom's father's room. Fuck, there were 2 eyeballs in the drawer. The groom's grandmother's room is even scarier. She started playing music as soon as she went in. It was so scary. There were embroidered shoes in front of the bed. I didn't even dare to look at them. Bride in the coffin. Don't tell me we're going to leave in a coffin. You're thinking too much. If it was such a crazy setting, it would have been ridiculed online. At the end of the map was a secret room. However, it was decorated like a lonely grave in the wilderness. The ground was covered in mud, and there was a grave in the middle of the room. The light was dim, and the scene was quite eerie. This should be the last step. The ghost bride is probably in the grave. Let's find out where we can use the clues. Lin Shuangqiu didn't want to stay here any longer. He said, let's split up and search. There's bound to be a trap. Song Yu studied the tombstone and guessed, will this grave crack open and the ghost crawl out? Xie Sui followed him from the beginning to the end. She smiled faintly. However, her gaze suddenly froze when she saw him standing in front of the grave. The young man was half-squatting. His side profile was gentle and fair, and his eyelashes were curled slightly. In front of him was a cold tombstone. Song Yu reached out and placed his hand on the tombstone. He raised his head, and his light-colored eyes were filled with confusion and contemplation. Xie Sui looked at him in a daze. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her brain. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her heart. After the pain of tearing her soul apart, there were traces of charred blood. Black rain, green grass, a cemetery, and fresh flowers. The young man, who was half kneeling, kissed the cold tombstone. Despair, darkness, and madness. All kinds of negative emotions drowned him like a tide. He steadied himself so that he didn't bend over in pain. Song Yu suddenly cried out in joy, "Come and look." The words on it seemed to be the key. Lin Shuangqiu was the first to run over. He held the password in his hand and compared it. Ah, yes. Count to 9. There are 9 lines of words here. We should press it. After pressing it, the mechanism in the secret room began to rumble. A square opening appeared on the wall. It was big enough for a person to crawl out. It's out, it's out. Everyone quickly gathered around. Song Yu walked to Xie Sui's side. However, he found that there was something wrong with his expression. He was so pale that it was a little scary. Song Yu was stunned. Xie Sui, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Xie Sui's head was in pain. His heart was cold and empty. He only came back to his senses when he heard Song Yu's voice. Are you really scared? Song Yu was shocked and asked cautiously. Xie Sui thought for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, yes. Song Yu seemed to have discovered a new world. So you're afraid of ghosts? Yes, let me lean on you. Xie Sui gently hugged Song Yu. Song Yu was a little stunned. Finally, he saw that he was pitiful and allowed him. Are you that scared? The young man's waist was thin and straight. He had just eaten candy, so the mint smell on him was very cold. He leaned his head on Song Yu's shoulder, closed his slightly red eyes, and chuckled. I'm very scared. Song Yu didn't say anything. Suddenly, the group of people at the exit screamed loudly. They were so scared that their hearts and lungs were torn apart. The passage was not the exit. It was the most terrifying part of the bride in the coffin. You thought it was over and crawled in, but at the end of the passage was a woman with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. She rushed over crazily and let out a broken scream. Xie Sui suddenly hugged him tightly. His arms were extremely strong and refused to let go. Song Yu scolded the group of people for being timid. At the same time, he found it funny and a little naughty. Little Xie, don't panic. Brother Yu will protect you. In the sealed secret room, the men and women were scared and panicked. Fear was contagious. Xie Sui felt as if he had fallen into a cold deep sea. Perhaps it was his instinct to think calmly. Even if his fingertips were trembling from the pain just now and he was desperate to the point of madness. In their minds, they could still calmly make judgments their previous lives, as expected, were not worth remembering. To Song Yu was a nightmare. To him was hell. Song Yu couldn't help laughing. How could this person be so scared? He said, Brother Yu, here's a candy for you. Don't be afraid. He took out a mint candy from his pocket, tore it open, and stuffed it directly into Xieshui's mouth. Xieshui smiled with red eyes. She stared deeply at him and gently bit the candy. It was more like kissing his fingertips. It was warm, alive, and real. The deep sea split, and the sky shone in. The bride crawled to the exit and stopped moving. She stretched out her hands and desperately grabbed the air. Together with her face, she looked crazy and strange. Everyone hid far away. A girl was so scared that she cried and sobbed. This is fake. There are 2 clues. There's one more. Hurry up and look for it. A boy said, I found that clue in the room of the bride's grandmother. It was blank. If the word clue wasn't written, I wouldn't know it was a clue. Ma Xiaoding hugged his peach-wood sword and trembled. He was so angry that he was about to die. So it was a female ghost. Damn it, I was scared to death. Song Yu saw that Xieshui had calmed down and walked over to join the discussion. Where did you find the clue? The boy said, in a hairpin box. The box was empty. Song Yu looked at the female ghost who stuck half of her body out of the wall and performed her duty. The corner of his mouth twitched. That's it. The 2 clues should be connected. Isn't there a hairpin on her head? Just take it off. Everyone looked at the green-faced female ghost with fangs in horror. She even opened her mouth to them. Her mouth was black. The girls took a step back. Finally, a boy hesitated. He reached out his hand and withdrew it halfway. He turned back and cried. Will she bite me? Song Yu held his forehead and pulled him away. He ignored the female ghost's waving hands and pulled the hairpin out of her messy hair. The moment the hairpin returned to his hand, the female ghost stopped moving. The female ghost stopped moving. Her acting was very realistic, and her body was stiff. Everyone was afraid that she was so powerful that they quietly hid to the side. However, she just crawled back little by little. 30 seconds later, a strange opera sound suddenly came from the secret room. The old man hummed a line from his mouth. It was strange and old. Cut off the tongue, cut off the desire to eat. Gouge out the eyes, cut off the root of evil. My pure and innocent wife, drained of all her blood, is going to marry my good son in the underworld today. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, a projection appeared on the wall. It was an old woman with a ferocious expression. Driven by an unknown force, she stabbed the hairpin into her own throat. This was probably the whole story of the bride in the coffin. The projection ended. The wall separated and a corridor appeared. Outside was the exit. In the distance, they could see the amusement park's Ferris wheel. The staff was waiting for them outside and then said into the walkie-talkie, the bride in the coffin can start to clear out. It was dark inside. All kinds of blood and oppression were present. Finally, they were out. After everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they started to beat up Ma Xiaoding. None of your words are useful. Ma Xiaoding hugged her head. Don't hit me, I'll kowtow to you. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Everyone started to chat and it was very lively. Lin Shuangqiu bent down to tie his shoelaces and fell to the back. Suddenly, she felt a hand cover her mouth. Then, another hand went under her skirt. When they were about to get out, she let down her guard and was not close to anyone. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She struggled and cried out for help. Yarrow Rui laughed and said, I've been watching you for a long time. I have to do something for the last part of the journey. Before Yarrow Rui could finish speaking, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and slammed against the wall. The action was fast and fierce. His head was dizzy from the impact, and he raised his head in astonishment, only to see Song Yu's cold and indifferent face. The youth said carelessly, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. I have to beat you up for the last part of the journey. Lin Shuangqiu stood to the side in a daze. The people from number 1 high school and number 13 high school waited for a long time. What they saw was an exasperated Yarrow Rui with bruises all over his face. Yarrow Rui's gaze wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Song Yu's body. He said, fuck you, just you wait. On the way back, Ma Xiaoding asked in confusion, Brother Yu, why did you fight with Yarrow Rui? Did something happen? Song Yu closed his eyes to catch up on sleep. He walked too slowly and blocked my way. Actually, Yao Rui did not care about Song Yu. He was worried about Xie Sui. There was something wrong with the haunted house. Chapter 75. Song Yu had been worried about Xie Sui's condition. He was absent-minded when he went back for dinner that night. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and put them in his mouth. He chewed for half a minute and didn't take much of the rice. Grandmother Meng looked at him and shook her head. She sighed but didn't say anything. After eating perfunctorily and taking a shower, Song Yu rushed upstairs. When he returned to his room, the first thing he did was to send a message to Xie Sui. A bunch of words came out. Song Yu, are you okay? Song Yu, the more I think about your condition during the day, the more I feel that something is wrong. Are you possessed? Song Yu, can you still sleep tonight? Song Yu, do you want me to play the Great Sorrow Mantra for you? Or I can call you and read you a paragraph about the core socialist values. His worry was about to show on the screen. It was completely different from the way he used to express his concern. Sure enough, he treated his deskmate differently. When Xie Sui received the message, she was clearing the emails. They were all about the Song family. Back then, she had gone through a lot of trouble to get the documents to investigate Song Yu. But now, it seemed that there was no need. She lowered her eyes and looked at the phone screen. Xie Sui replied with a short line of words. Xie Sui, I'm fine. Song Yu didn't believe it. She was so scared in the haunted house that it was like she had lost her soul. It would be strange if she was fine. He continued to express his concern. Song Yu, don't be shy. We're close. I won't tell anyone that you're afraid of ghosts. Xie Sui smiled. Then, she made a call. Song Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. He was so scared that he sat up in bed. After being stunned for a moment, he picked up the call. Xie Sui's voice came through the phone. It was cold and magnetic. Song Yu. Song Yu's heart skipped a beat. After remembering his purpose, he sat up straight. She immediately sat up straight. Yes, yes. How are you? Xie Sui chuckled and asked, are you that worried about me? Song Yu, yeah, there was something wrong with you at that time. I think you're going to have a nightmare tonight. Xie Sui leaned back in her chair with the mouse in her other hand. She stopped at a photo. It was a picture of Song Yu when she was young. Even if she made a ferocious face in front of the camera, she was still unbelievably cute. A hint of a smile appeared in his dark eyes. That's true. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Song Yu gave him an idea. When do you usually sleep? I can recite the scriptures for you. You can hang up after you fall asleep. Xie Sui couldn't help laughing. Are you sure? Listening to Song Yu's voice, he probably couldn't sleep all night. Song Yu, of course. What do you want to hear? I'll go and Baidu it for you. The Diamond Sutra or the core values of socialism. Xie Sui smiled and said lightly, recite the Lagrange mean value theorem. Song Yu, ? Song Yu, did Xie Sui do it on purpose? Every time he heard these words, he felt particularly ashamed. It was a piece of dark history. He held the phone in silence for a long time. Do you really want to hear it? Yes. Song Yu's mouth twitched stiffly. But since he had already agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. He really got out of bed, ran to the computer, and Baidu it. He muttered, I'll recite it according to the encyclopedia. You'd better lie in bed now, put on your headphones, and try to sleep early. But how can you fall asleep listening to this? Xie Sui stood on the balcony and looked down at Jing City at night. She listened carefully to the voice of the young man on the other side of the phone and said softly with a smile, go ahead. On the other side of the phone, Song Yu frowned. Then I'll start. The Lagrange mean value theorem is also known as Lagrange's theorem. It's one of the fundamental theorems of differential calculus. The night was dark, and the moon was round and bright. The osmanthus flowers below the residential building bloomed, bringing a faint fragrance with the night wind. Song Yu's voice was clear and warm, dispelling the fear and despair brought by life and death, parting, and missing each other. Xie Sui stood on the balcony and looked down with a gentle smile on her lips. He put his finger on the railing and gently tapped it twice, as if he was recalling something after so many years. Then, within the open interval A to B, there was a point 3, greater than A but less than B. He recalled the first time they met by the water. Under the light, the handsome young man was as cold as frost. In the milk tea shop, when he was writing papers. Or in the quiet street, when he was pulled aside and said harsh words to someone. Sheng Xia jumped down from the wall and fell into his arms. There were too many. Xie Sui said, "That's enough." Song Yu was finally freed from this torture. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you sleepy?" Xie Sui said, "Yes, a little bit." Song Yu said, "Then hurry up and go to sleep." Xie Sui said, "Do you still remember what you asked me today?" Song Yu clicked his tongue. "I remember. I asked you if you were afraid of ghosts, and you said you weren't. That's a slap in the face, but it's not embarrassing. Ghosts and gods are mysterious things. Normal people are afraid of them." "Okay." Song Yu began to brag. "That's not right. I noticed that you didn't have such a big reaction to the heads and blood at the beginning. It was only when you saw the grave that you became afraid. Are you afraid of death?" Xie Sui smiled and said lightly, "I think I'm afraid of death." Song Yu was stunned for a second and began to comfort him. "Wow, don't worry. People will die sooner or later anyway. Don't worry. Why are we getting more and more philosophical?" Xie Sui didn't explain anything. His eyes looked coldly ahead, but his voice was very soft. "Okay, I'm not worried." He was almost whispering, and his voice was gentle. "Good night, Yu Yu." "Yu Yu." Song Yu almost dropped his phone. His ears were slightly red, and he was embarrassed. "What are you shouting for?" In the distance, there were thousands of lights. The cold wind blew against the wall from below. Xie Sui lowered his head and let out a short laugh. This was the place where he first learned about life and death. When he was a child, the rainstorm that tore through the sky and the woman who jumped from it became a scene that he would never forget in his 2 lifetimes. Other than life and death, everything else in the world was trivial. In fact, life and death were also trivial. Now, he learned about it again. There was an old saying that described unchanging until death. It was called "Until Death Do Us Part." Xie Sui turned off his phone and turned to walk back to his room. "Even death can't separate us. Brother, you didn't go find trouble with no. 13 high school, but Yaro Rui sent himself to be beaten up. Main post, don't mention it. One of my friends is annoyed to death by his underling. He kept asking about Brother Yu's background, where he often goes, and said that he wanted to have a fight with him. Did he want to see if Brother Yu would care about him? 1L. The monthly exam is coming, and Brother Yu is in the library all day long. He doesn't pay attention to what's going on outside. He probably doesn't know. 2L. What kind of trash are those from number 13 high school? 3L. Don't talk about it. I heard that they're planning to block the entrance of the library in the afternoon and fight with Brother Yu. 4L. Fuck, whoever offends number 1 high school will be punished. Call me Hu Shigong and tell him to protect my husband. 5L. Will it be okay? My husband just hurt his hand a few days ago. Woo woo. Song Yu did hurt his hand a week ago. When he was playing basketball, a dog suddenly rushed out of the field and scared him out of his wits. He fell to the ground and twisted his wrist. Everyone in the field was shocked. Xie Sui strode over with a cold expression and helped him to the infirmary. After that, he couldn't write for a week and Xie Sui basically did all his homework. Needless to say, it was quite satisfying. From then on, his every move in the physical education class was monitored by Xie Sui and he could no longer move freely. He finally removed the bandage and felt that he had completely recovered. However, Xie Sui even controlled the time he could write. He could only move his right hand for 2 hours and read for the rest of the revision time. The closer it was to the end of the semester, the more frequent the exams were. The monthly and weekly exams were continuous. Song Yu was physically disabled but mentally strong. Every Saturday, he would go to the school library to revise. Of course, he would not let Ma Xiaoding, who was at the bottom of the class, be tortured by mathematics alone? The mathematics class representative had already given up and collapsed on the table. Ma Xiaoding went crazy. Logarithmic function, exponential function, and power function. How can they appear in the same question? What kind of love triangle is this? Song Yu said, there will be a parent-teacher conference after the final exam. Think about it. Ma Xiaoding was stimulated by the words parent-teacher conference and sat up again. But after looking at the question for a long time, he trembled and chose C as a blessing for their beautiful love. Ma Xiaoding put down his pen and said, don't mention the parent-teacher conference. Let's talk about something happy. Isn't the New Year's Eve party coming? Brother Yu, have you signed up? The New Year's Eve party had been prepared a month and a half in advance. The third year of high school was busy with their studies, so the first year of high school was the focus. In addition to the compulsory performance of each class, they were also allowed to choose 2 or 3 students to perform. Song Yu twirled his pen and sneered. Why do you want me to participate in everything? Although I'm really outstanding, I still have to restrain myself and give the other boys a way out. Ma Xiaoding said, what is our class performing? The Literature and Arts Committee said it's a play. Heavens, I've been acting as Snow White since kindergarten. Can we do the Calabash Brothers this time? There are also 7 little brats. It's enough to make up the numbers. I can make a cameo appearance as a grandfather. This way, I'll have 7 more grandchildren. Song Yu laughed and scolded, in your dreams. They were chatting when suddenly, one of Ma Xiaoding's underlings ran in. His shout scared everyone in the reading room. Brother Yu, something bad has happened. Song Yu, what kind of rubbish is this? The underling said, there's a group of people outside the library. Number 13 high school. They're blocking the entrance and won't leave. They said that if you don't leave today, no one can leave. Song Yu, where's the teacher? The underling said, fuck, they've already calculated it. It's a Saturday. This place is far from the security room, so no one knows. Yao Rui even said that he'll beat you up if you come to number 1 high school today. Song Yu couldn't bear to look at him. There's something wrong with his brain. He put down the book in his hand. He had just finished revising a chapter and was very bored. After getting injured, he felt that he had been stifled for a long time. Now, he urgently needed to prove himself. Song Yu stood up, strode out of the reading room with his long legs, and bumped into Xie Sui, who had brought the book over for him. Their eyes met. Xie Sui smiled. Where are you going? Song Yu. Chapter 76. Ma Xiaoding was about to say something. Song Yu had been tricked by him for so long that he knew what kind of person he was. He directly grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back, cutting off his unfinished words. Ma Xiaoding was forced to step back. He silently swallowed the words go out and beat up your son and stood at the back. Song Yu changed his attitude and lied through his teeth. I didn't go anywhere. I just went out to use the toilet. Xie Sui looked at him lightly. You need to bring someone with you to the toilet. Song Yu grabbed Ma Xiaoding's clothes and urged him with his eyes. Tell Xie Sui, are you afraid to go to the toilet alone after coming back from the haunted house? Ma Xiaoding wanted to vomit blood, but he could only nod frantically. Yes, 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 I'm scared to death. Xie Sui stared at him for a while and suddenly said with a smile, what a coincidence. I don't dare either. Xie Sui, let's go together. Song Yu, of course, it was impossible for the 3 of them to really go to the toilet. Xie Sui walked in front, but he was not walking in the direction of the toilet. His long legs stepped down the stairs and walked directly to the main entrance of the library. Song Yu was exposed and felt a little embarrassed. After coughing, he explained the situation to him. Do you still remember Yao Rui, who was beaten up by me for blocking the way? This time, they took advantage of Saturday and openly bullied you. Can you stand it? In any case, I can't stand it. So, he was not deliberately looking for trouble. Xie Sui looked at him and said in a cold and mocking tone, oh, so the school bully is going to fight for justice again? Song Yu explained, no, actually, I've never acknowledged this school bully. Xiesui, I think you're quite wild when you fight. Songyu, you only see me fighting? Can't you see that I study day and night? Xiesui, Didn't I tell you to go to bed early? Songyu, don't change the topic. The two youths were chatting in the corridor. Ma Xiaoding felt that she was just there to make up the numbers. She was like a light bulb, big, round, and not bright. There was also a reading room on the first floor. Now that things had turned out this way, no one was in the mood to study at all. They pushed each other and came out to watch. The people from number 13 high school were blocking the entrance. Yarrow Rui sat on the steps and lit a cigarette with a lighter. The sky was grey, and the red light from the cigarette butt was very conspicuous. The person next to him looked around. Brother Rui, what if Songyu doesn't come out? Yarrow Rui blew out a smoke ring and stood up. His face was full of ruthlessness. Then let's go in and drag him out. The design of the first floor of number 1 middle school's library was very simple. It was separated from the main hall and the entrance faced the stairs. When Yarrow Rui and the others walked in, Songyu and Xiesui happened to come down. The two groups of people collided. The smell of gunpowder was strong. The group of people from number 1 middle school who were watching from the side gasped. Yarrow Rui's eyes turned red when he saw Songyu. He threw the cigarette between his fingers on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. He almost said through gritted teeth, Songyu, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Let's settle the score from last time now. Songyu didn't say anything. Xiesui had already spoken. She looked at the people from number 13 high school coldly and raised her chin. Let's just go out. The people who came out to watch instantly gasped again. What was God Xie doing? His boyfriend's hand was injured, so he came to teach him a lesson? Songyu silently swallowed the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked at Yarrow Rui with some sympathy. It was okay for him to do it, but when Xiesui did it, she was really ruthless. However, Yarrow Rui didn't notice it and said arrogantly, I'm talking to Songyu. Who are you to him? Who are you to talk? Xiesui smiled. His friend. Many girls in the crowd covered their faces and silently added the word male to his name. His boyfriend. The corners of Songyu's mouth twitched, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. A scumbag was about to die, but his words were also domineering. He lit a candle for this brother. It turned out that Songyu's candle was lit correctly. That afternoon, everyone in number 1 high school was dumbfounded as they watched their school hunk, who was aloof and ascetic, fight. And he fought valiantly and handsomely. After all, Songyu was sitting on the wall and saw him fight against 10 people alone. He wasn't surprised at the scene at all. When he saw Yarrow Rui being pressed to the ground and beaten up, he felt relieved and supported him. 666. When he saw a group of people from number 13 high school fall to the ground, he applauded and praised sincerely. Nice. There were screams in the library. The onlookers in number 1 high school were roughly divided into 3 categories. There was a group of good students who were worried sick. Why isn't Mihu here yet? The hooligans from the neighboring school are causing trouble. Is there anyone who cares? I'm dying of anxiety. There was a group of people who were infatuated by Xiesui's handsomeness. They clutched their chests. I'm going to be fucking cuckolded tonight, brother you. There was a group of people who were shocked and praised. Most of them were boys. Fuck, that's awesome. Damn it, is the first place in the grade like this these days? A foreign student who accompanied his friend to the library to study also sighed. Is this the school bully from your school that you've been telling me about? This fight is so fucking cool. The boy from number 1 high school standing next to him had mixed feelings when he heard this. He shook his head and sighed. No, this is the school bully's deskmate. The student from the neighboring school. Then what about the school bully? The boy from number 1 high school stiffly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, just say nice. The student from the neighboring school, ? After teaching the scumbag a lesson. A group of girls next to them applauded excitedly. Thank you for your hard work. Brother, you've worked hard. Song Yu thought it was fun and also shouted, "You've worked hard, you've worked hard." Xie Sui glanced at him coldly. After the fight, they had to quickly clear the place. After all, the dean was on his way. A girl next to them reminded them, "Brother Yu, you guys should leave quickly. Mi Hu has never been reasonable. If he catches you, you'll be lectured for half a day." Ma Xiaoding also reacted. "Yes, Brother Yu, you're now on Mi Hu's blacklist. Even if you didn't do anything, you'll still be punished by him." When Song Yu thought of the dean's flustered and exasperated expression with the loudspeaker, the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly. They had already been studying here for the whole afternoon. It was almost time to go back. He turned his head and said to them, "Then let's disperse. You guys didn't see anything. Just treat it as if a group of people from number 13 high school came to the door to perform a suicide act." Everyone laughed out loud, but since the school bully had spoken, they didn't dare to disobey. One after another, they walked back to the reading room. Song Yu had just pulled Xie Sui to the entrance of the library when he realized that it had already started to rain outside. The drizzle shrouded the teaching building in fog. Ma Xiaoding said obsequiously, "Oh, Brother Yu, wait for me. I'll go and borrow an umbrella for you." Song Yu said, "It's not that troublesome." Time was of the essence. He pulled Xie Sui and rushed into the rain. Ma Xiaoding hurriedly ran over with her eyes wide open. She stood at the entrance of the library and shouted, "Brother Yu!" Umbrella accompanying her voice was the dean's flustered and exasperated roar. Along with the sound of the loudspeaker, it came from another direction. "Where are the people from number 13 high school? Did Song Yu cause trouble here again?" Song Yu raised the corners of his mouth. When would old Tian realize that he was a man that he couldn't catch up with? He stopped running and wanted to turn around and wave at Ma Xiaoding to show off. "Remember to help me tell old Tian hey." Unexpectedly, there was a concave puddle in front of him. He almost stepped into it, but Xie Sui pulled him to the side to avoid it. "Song Yu." Xie Sui's voice contained a thin layer of anger in the rain. After stumbling and regaining his balance, Song Yu was still holding Xie Sui's wrist in his hand. The rainwater splashed onto his trousers. Behind them were the irritable dean, the gangsters who had fallen to the ground, and Ma Xiaoding, who was holding an umbrella and gaping in shock. For some reason, the more Song Yu thought about it, the funnier it became. He couldn't help but bend over and laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, amazing." Xie Sui's anger dissipated into helplessness. She felt the warmth of Song Yu's palm on her wrist. The youth's laughter in her ear was like a damp wind, with the smell of soil and grass, sweeping into her heart. It brought her back to her real 15-year-old self. In an instant, many emotions melted into the misty rain. Song Yu laughed until his stomach hurt. He said to him, "You know, I just heard that I have another persona. It's called the edge of a nice school bully." He was really amused by this and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Thinking back to what happened just now, it was indeed true. Xie Sui was the one who fought and acted cool. He was just a salted fish. He held back his laughter and looked up. His eyes were bright. He said seriously, "Brother Xie Sui, you've worked hard." Xie Sui looked into his eyes. The words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped. Her thin lips were pursed into a line. Old Tian refused to let him go. After handing the group of people from number 13 high school to the security room, he ran over with an umbrella. He chased after her with an umbrella and shouted through a loudspeaker from afar, "Why are you running, Song Yu? Who else can mess with number 13 high school other than you? You'll be reciting your self-criticism under the flag on Monday." Song Yu complained, "But I can't let you catch me and delay my study time at night. Let me have a good weekend first." After saying that, he grabbed Xie Sui and hurried away. "Let's go." The dean was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Song Yu." The wind and drizzle wet his black hair. Song Yu even turned around and whistled at him, waving his hand. It was provocative. "See you on Monday, teacher." He was unrestrained, like the grass before spring. When he was young. Xie Sui stared at his side profile. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh. The frost in her eyes melted. It was as clean and gentle as the moonlight on the sea. He said softly in his heart, "That's it." The layers of black mud in his soul seemed to be washed away by the misty rain. He never knew that he could let go of something so easily. However, it didn't seem to be important. In his previous life, they might have missed each other. They might have been strangers. They might have regretted it. They might have been separated by life and death. But in this life, he was still by his side. It was not too late. What's past can be chased. He finally got rid of the dean and stopped at the bus stop. Song Yu. He called his name softly. The smile on Song Yu's face hadn't disappeared. He tilted his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" Xie Sui looked down and said lightly, "Don't dream in the future." Song Yu? ? He was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're quite a busybody." Xie Sui said again, "Don't dream of me again." Song Yu stared at him with wide eyes. Although he was the one who gave the order, hearing it from Xie Sui's mouth still made him feel angry and embarrassed, as well as some strange emotions. "What do you mean by don't dream of you again? Is that what I want to dream of? That's not right." Song Yu reacted. "Didn't you say you didn't believe me?" Xie Sui said, "You've always thought that I didn't believe you. Didn't you dream of me as a nightmare?" He stared into Song Yu's eyes, smiled, and said softly, "The dreams are all fake. Open your eyes." The last sentence seemed to be whispered to himself. "I will always be by your side." Chapter 77. Xie Sui, you've really refreshed my understanding of the top student in the cohort. Main post, video, 1L, handsome is just one word. I'll only say it once, 2L, amazing. I've been unhappy with the people from number 13 high school for a long time. I was so excited that I wanted to sell my computer to Xie Sui, but the manager stopped me. 3L, brother you're such a disappointing brother. You're just watching her act cool and you're criticizing her. 666, and you're shouting so loudly. Your voice is all over the video. I'm so angry. Give up your seat. 4L, give up your seat to your husband. 99L, after thinking for a long time, I still decided to say something. I'm Xie Sui's junior high school classmate. Actually, Xie Sui has always been very outstanding. She was delayed by rumors during her junior high school years. I'm sorry. Take it as a belated apology. Actually, Song Yu was very sleepy when it rained. It was also very easy for him to dream, but he didn't know if it was because of Xie Sui's words. After drinking a cup of warm milk, he actually had a dreamless night. It was rare for him to wake up the next morning on a rainy day. Since the dean had already said those harsh words, he wouldn't let him off. During the flag raising on Monday, Song Yu yawned and was dragged in front of the whole school. Because he slept too well last night and forgot to write a self-reflection, he could only give an impromptu speech about why he provoked Gao Feng and the others. Song Yu was stunned and said lazily to Yang Yang, "Do I need a reason for this? Who asked me to be a security guard? I only guarantee the safety of number 1 high school." He was already a famous person, so the audience laughed wildly. It was a good self-reflection, but he made it sound like a concert. The dean was about to die of anger. He handed the microphone to the dean. The dean said with a sullen face, "What do you feel?" He should be embarrassed to be punished in front of so many people. Song Yu was stunned for a few seconds. "What I feel? The microphone's sound quality is quite good, the view on stage is spacious, and the live effect is also good. Thank you, teacher. I'll come again next time." The dean. If he had a heart disease, he would have died already. Next time. I dare you to do it again. He decided to remove Song Yu's name from the blacklist and create a death list just for him. Of course, Grandmaster Mihu's name had never been added to the list. After all, Song Yu didn't like to make trouble. He came to Jingcheng No. 1 middle school just to study quietly. It was already winter. Class 1's New Year's Eve performance was finally decided. It was a stage play, Cinderella. The Literature and Arts Committee was looking for a list of actors. Cinderella was cast by Liang Yingying, and Jiang Chunian got the role of the evil stepmother as he wished. The rest of the evil sisters, fairy godmothers, and various small animals, as well as the king and the ministers, were all given to the others. Only the prince was left undecided. Everyone looked towards the middle of the fourth group. Ma Xiaoding scratched his head in embarrassment. Why are you all looking at me? You want me to act as a prince? Actually, it's not impossible. It's just that I already have the role of a little mouse. The Literature and Arts Committee hit him on the head with a book. Go be your mouse. Her gaze fell on the two influential figures in front of her. She smiled and said, Brother Yu and God Xie, you two are so handsome. One of you has to play the prince. The others chimed in, yes, we can't waste resources. After winter, Song Yu still wore a t-shirt under his school uniform for a period of time. He pretended that he had caught a cold. He was woken up during class. He glanced at them and said in a nasal voice, Don't look at me. I don't want to play the role. The Literature and Arts Committee sighed and turned to Xie Sui. God Xie, if you play the role, we will definitely shock everyone. Xie Sui saw that Song Yu was awake and took his medicine. She didn't have time to reply to the Literature and Arts Committee. She said casually, no. She held the cup with her slender hand and put it directly to Song Yu's mouth. After Song Yu took a sip of the medicine, his face instantly scrunched up. Because it was too bitter, he turned around and coughed while leaning against the wall. What kind of medicine is this? It's too bitter. Did you poison it? Xie Sui raised her eyebrows. You're quite delicate. Song Yu was dissatisfied. Take a sip. Xie Sui sneered. I'll take a sip and then feed you. Song Yu was already like a sick cat. He was listless, but when he was rebuked, he instantly exploded. I told you to try taking a sip. Who wants you to feed me? I won't eat even if you feed me. Xie Sui stuffed a piece of candy into his mouth and stopped him from speaking. The fruit candy was very sweet and diluted the bitterness in his mouth. Song Yu wanted to spit it out, but after tasting it, it tasted good, so he closed his mouth and kept it in his mouth. The group of people who were watching their interaction and conversation, they felt hurt. The sports committee member stood beside the arts committee member and said, if you can persuade Brother Yu to play Cinderella, then God Xie will probably agree to play the prince. The arts committee member wanted to cry but had no tears. Look at Brother Yu. Is he someone who will be persuaded? The sports committee member thought for a moment and suggested, persuade him with your emotions. The arts committee member said, I don't know if I can persuade him, but I know that I will definitely be beaten up. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Tears silently flowed back into their hearts. However, no one dared to provoke them. In the end, the prince chose a tall and thin boy. Everyone was involved in the New Year's Eve party. After going around in circles, Song Yu was finally given the position of director. The arts committee member said, Brother Yu, with you in charge, no one will dare to disobey. Our class will be very efficient. Song Yu raised his eyebrows. Am I that scary? In the end, he was bored and took on this task. The rehearsal place for the stage play was backstage. Song Yu was very qualified as a director. After all, he was a man who took everything seriously. He sat at the side with the script and watched the rehearsal attentively. On the first day, Brother Yu, who had once debuted as a bully, showed his ample talent in arguing. He started his one-man show. Quick, give Cinderella a little widow visiting a grave to set the atmosphere. Don't let her laugh so happily in front of her father's corpse. Look at her kind eyes and gentle expression. I suspect that in order to be a good stepmother, our classmate Jiang stays up late every day to read the parenting encyclopedia. A mother's love is great. Ma Xiaoding, do you still lack a tail? Squeak a few times. You can walk upright and have already become a spirit. You don't have to treat yourself like a mouse anymore. Speak slowly. You didn't rent your mouth. Don't be in a hurry to return it. Is this line too hot? The arts committee member, if they didn't get first place in the competition, they would be letting down Brother Yu's sincere teachings. There was a bottle of mineral water beside Song Yu. Everyone had already figured out Brother Yu's habits. When he drank water, it was definitely not a good thing. As long as he unscrewed the bottle cap, the air would instantly freeze. When he finished drinking and put down the bottle, everyone wished that they were deaf. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the rehearsal ended. Song Yu was also preparing to leave and began to put on his coat. Ma Xiaoding walked forward and asked eagerly, "Brother Yu, how was my performance at the end of the day?" Song Yu glanced at him. In the stage play, the other animals were enthusiastically helping Cinderella with the housework. In the whole audience, only Ma Xiaoding really treated himself like a mouse throughout the whole process. He stood at the side with his hands folded and felt good about himself. Song Yu said lightly, "Pretty good." Ma Xiaoding was overjoyed. Song Yu put on his school uniform and walked out of the door. Sneaky eyes, true to myself. Ma Xiaoding, Song Yu walked out of the rehearsal room, but in the corridor at the door, he met the person he didn't want to meet the most in the entire first high school. Qin Mo leaned against the wall. His temperament was still as gentle as ever. He looked at him with his amber eyes and smiled. "Song Yu, you finally came out." Song Yu looked at him coldly. He couldn't even be bothered to ridicule people he didn't like. He walked forward with a frosty expression. Qin Mo stood up straight and looked at ease. "I think we need to talk. After all, we will often meet when we return to a city in the future. Now that our relationship is strained, it will be very awkward for our parents." Ma Xiaoding followed him out. When he saw a handsome boy pestering Brother Yu, he instantly choked on the words in his mouth. Song Yu found it funny when he heard him talking about his parents. Please don't think too highly of yourself. My dad is not as weak as you think." Qin Mo had been investigating Song Yu these days. Of course, he had some understanding of his personality. Song Yu's retort was expected. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. His gaze was gentle, and he seemed a little distressed. "I don't know why you are so hostile to me. We haven't met before, have we?" Song Yu didn't want to talk to him anymore. He walked straight ahead. Ma Xiaoding was full of hostility towards Qin Mo from the beginning. After following Song Yu out of the auditorium, he asked, "Brother Yu, who is this?" Song Yu's reply was simple and cold. "Idiot." Ma Xiaoding breathed a sigh of relief and whistled. "That's great. I thought God Xie would have another love rival." Song Yu stopped in his tracks. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he turned around. "What did you say? What love rival?" Ma Xiaoding was silent. In fact, he was just joking. After all, the entire number 1 high school knew that the two influential figures in Class 1 were together every day. Of course, they weren't as excited as the girls, who were as excited as if they had taken drugs. The boys' evaluation was very serious. In one sentence, Song Yu and Xie Sui look really gay. If they were really gay, the boys in number 1 high school would probably set off firecrackers at the door to commemorate the death of the crush of countless young girls in number 1 high school. Their future girlfriends might be among them. Song Yu said, "I don't recommend you say this to me. Don't let Xie Sui hear it." It wasn't easy to make Xie Sui realize that the like wasn't a real like between lovers. He didn't want him to think too much because of the messy rumors. Ma Xiaoding, ? Did God Xie dislike hearing this? No way. Of course, he still raised his hand and swore. "I was wrong, Brother Yu. I won't dare to do it again. I, Brother Yu, am the straightest man in the world. I'm like a telephone pole." Song Yu. Chapter 78. The New Year's Eve party and the final exam came together. After a semester of hard work, Song Yu felt more relaxed in the end. Every day, he had exams, sorted out the wrong questions, and looked at his notes. He was not too busy. During the Cinderella rehearsal, the people in Class 1 did not call Song Yu Brother Yu. They just called him Director Song. This nickname sounded really silly, but Director Song felt cold and uncomfortable, so he was too lazy to argue with them. The classroom where they rehearsed was right next to Class 1. No wonder he met Qin Mo last time. In the next few days, Song Yu and Qin Mo met frequently. Originally, the atmosphere between them had always been tit for tat. who knew that Qin Mo seemed to have changed recently and frequently expressed goodwill to him. Ma Xiaoding directly said in class, "Brother Yu, I always feel that Qin Mo is not a good person. He has bad intentions towards you." Song Yu corrected him, "Bad intentions are not used in that way." Ma Xiaoding, oh, then he has other intentions. Is he crazy? He always wants to sit down and talk to you. What do you want to talk about? Song Yu said, "Who knows?" He felt that Qin Mo was crazy. What was Qin Mo doing? Using the same trick to deal with Xie Sui in his previous life to deal with him? Don't. He hated this kind of hypocrisy the most. Xie Sui had been busy with the city these days. When she heard Ma Xiaoding's words, she was a little stunned. His pen coldly drew on the paper. He tilted his head and said, "Where are you rehearsing?" "I'll accompany you today." Song Yu was stunned. If Xie Sui came over, wouldn't that mean that he would have to face Qin Mo directly? Damn, how could that be? His deskmate finally had the busy look of being the first in the grade. How could he interrupt her because of a scumbag? Song Yu waved his hand. No, you go do your thing. Actually, it's nothing. I just hate him. I'm not afraid of him. Xie Sui's lips curled up slightly, but she looked at Ma Xiaoding. Location. Ma Xiaoding was more afraid of Xie Sui than Song Yu. She swallowed her saliva and directly confessed. Song Yu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. With Xie Sui watching from the side, it was a great joy for the actor's director. Song finally stopped drinking so much water. Even the words used to insult and insult others had become gentler. Sure enough, she had to restrain herself in front of her husband. It was another rainy day on Friday. Snow was rare in Jing City in winter, but it rained frequently. The rain came unexpectedly. Song Yu stood at the entrance of the auditorium and looked outside, waiting for Xie Sui to come and pick her up. However, before he could wait for Xie Sui, Qin Mo came out first. Together. A gentle voice sounded next to him, modest and polite as always. He was wearing a white sweater and grey casual pants. He held a black umbrella in his hand and looked at Song Yu with a smile in his amber eyes. Song Yu almost gave him a heart attack. He had been ignoring Qin Mo for the past few days. Now, because of the rain, he was annoyed. He tilted his head and smiled. "Qin Mo, is it interesting? It's good that we were tired of each other in the past. Why are you pretending in front of me?" Qin Mo laughed. "Uncle Song is right. You are really stubborn." Song Yu sneered. Qin Mo said, "Seeing that you don't have an umbrella, I just want to give you a ride. Why do you think so much? I know you are biased against me, but as your brother, I have to be more tolerant. Besides, you are not in good health. Actually, to be honest, I didn't do anything to you in the past." Qin Mo tilted his head and smiled. "Song Yu, you made me think that we knew each other before. Did I provoke you in the past?" Song Yu said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Qin Mo's gaze fell on him and he smiled. "Sit down and talk." Song Yu asked, "Talk about what?" Qin Mo said, "Choose a place to sit down first." Song Yu asked, "Is it about Xie Sui?" Qin Mo tightened his grip on the umbrella handle and raised his eyebrows. "Who is Xie Sui?" "Your deskmate." Song Yu did not expose him. "If it's about him, then don't talk about it." Qin Mo was a little amused. "You care so much about him? He doesn't seem like an ordinary deskmate." Song Yu said, "Then he can't be an ordinary deskmate." Qin Mo almost couldn't maintain his expression. He stared deeply at him and said coldly, "Does Uncle Song know that you have such thoughts about a man?" Scum's mind was probably filled with such dirty thoughts. Song Yu snorted and looked ahead. In the rain, Xie Sui walked over with an umbrella. Under the streetlights, the drizzle formed into silk threads, like white pearl waves floating by the umbrella. Song Yu said, "My dad. Of course he knows. He even personally gave me a valuable gift. It was worth 1,000,000 yuan. If Chairman Song heard this, he would probably jump in anger again. How could Qin Mo believe him? His smile was stiff and cold. Because he was afraid of the Song family, he didn't dare to do anything to Song Yu. It was easier said than done to force Song Yu to drink. It was difficult for him not to follow the clues to find him. Moreover, The information in the investigation told him. For Song Yu, alcohol was a fatal thing. He just wanted to get rid of Song Yu. He didn't dare to cause such a big trouble and bear the Song family's anger. After thinking about it, Qin Mo changed his method. In his eyes, Song Yu had always been a child with a bad temper. He was just used to being lawless. With a little effort, he could deal with him. It might be easier to get close to Xie Sui through him. But he didn't expect that Song Yu had always had such thoughts about Xie Sui. Interesting, Qin Mo smiled. He had always liked to challenge new things. If he was originally attracted to Xie Sui, now because of Song Yu's obstruction, this kind of feeling grew stronger and stronger, and his interest grew. Xie Sui's legs were straight. Holding an umbrella in the rain, she was a cold and elegant painting. He raised his eyes and glanced at Qin Mo. His gaze was very light, but Qin Mo always had an indescribable sense of coldness. He had never known Xie Sui, but no matter what, she was not as difficult to deal with as the Song family. Song Yu walked forward and got under Xie Sui's umbrella. "Let's go, I'm starving." Qin Mo smiled and said to Song Yu in a very familiar and intimate tone, "So you have someone to pick you up." Xie Sui's lips curled up slightly when she heard this, but she lowered her head slightly and said softly, "What does you want to eat?" The two words you were gentle and smiling. It was like a greeting between lovers. Not only did Qin Mo's expression stiffen, but Song Yu was also shocked. Song Yu? ? He felt like his brain had been electrocuted. He looked up in shock and met Xie Sui's dark eyes. When he realized that Qin Mo was watching from the side, he could only bite the bullet and vaguely agree. "Just eat whatever you want," Xie Sui said. "Remember to call me earlier next time." Song Yu swallowed the words in his mouth and forced himself to say, "Okay." In the eyes of an outsider, it was a reserved and shy answer. Qin Mo was the only outsider. Qin Mo was completely expressionless. He thought that even if he didn't drink, Song Yu would still have to leave. On Saturday, Song Yu was forced by his grandmother to call home, saying that he should keep in touch. In fact, the only one who answered the phone at home was Song Weining, who had nothing to do. Song Weining had recently taken a liking to an actor. The image of a white-clothed swordsman in a costume drama directly touched her young girl's heart. She said, "I've already decided. For him, I'm going to enter the entertainment industry." Song Yu was doing his homework. Why enter the entertainment industry? Just ask Dad for money to start a company and support him. Song Weining, you're so vulgar. Song Yu, you don't say. Do you know what I've been called in school recently? Everyone calls me Director Song. When you enter the entertainment industry in the future, you'll be the female lead and I'll be the director. Song Weining. 6666, Song Weining, this show is definitely going to fail. Song Yu laughed and said indifferently, "Who wants to be Director Song? The name sounds so silly. If I want to be, I'll be President Song." Song Weining couldn't stop laughing. "Then you'll single-handedly break the rumor that the Song family is full of business geniuses." Song Yu calmly said, "Yes, not a genius, but a genius. A genius businessman, President Song." At this point, the pen in his hand paused. He was slightly stunned. The future, something that he had never thought about when he first came to this world, had he unknowingly begun to plan for it? Song Weining laughed until tears were about to come out. "Ha ha 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 ha, don't be a genius businessman, President Song. I'm afraid that you're a genius money giver who opens and closes one company after another." The two of them chatted for a while. Song Weining told him about what had happened in a city recently. "I'm puzzled. Why do all the scumbags these days end up with both fame and fortune?" "No, I said the opposite. It's probably only men with both fame and fortune who have women chasing after them. Who would have thought that the person who scummed Aunt Shu back then was actually Xie Sinian?" Song Yu's eyes widened slightly. "What? That's not right. Didn't this plot appear a little too early?" Song Weining sighed. "You didn't expect it, right? Mom didn't expect it either. Aunt Shu was a famous beauty in a city back then, but she was actually ruined by Xie Sinian just like that. I heard that she was even tricked into becoming a mistress. However, Aunt Shu's personality really made you helpless, so you didn't say anything and just wallowed in depression alone. In the end, she even directly cut off contact with everyone and disappeared. Now I've finally figured out what happened. Aunt Shu was too miserable. She was forced out of a city by Qin Choyun. The surveillance video is out. Alas. How can there be such a vicious person? I say, she's the first wife. Why did she have to be so ruthless in private? Is there something wrong with her brain? As for what happened in the surveillance video, Song Weining felt a heart attack when he mentioned it. What do you think is this? The biggest mistake is Xie Xinian, right? But this is the Xie family's grudge, and others can't say anything. Xie Xinian pretended to be deeply in love and crazily asked the Shu family about Aunt Shu's current whereabouts, but the Shu family refused to say anything. They wanted him to give everyone an explanation first. It seems that Xie Xinian is planning to divorce, and the Shu family also plans to sue Qin Choyun. The whole A city is watching the show. Song Weining sighed. I haven't seen Aunt Shu, but the Song family seems to have some friendship with her after Mom married. I can't say it in front of her, so I'll say it in front of you. She and Qin Choyun are both miserable. One is miserable because she's naive and sweet, while the other is miserable because she's black-hearted. Song Yu's whole body was cold, but his mind was thinking, is the Xie family looking for Aunt Shu now? But Aunt Shu is dead. Now, only Xie Sui is left. Chapter 79. Song Yu felt a little confused. How could it be so fast? He remembered that the truth about Shu Qiao was revealed when Xie Sui was in college. But she was only in her first year of high school. Who leaked it? With the ability of the Xie family, they should find Jing City soon. At that time, it was also a question whether Xie Sui was willing to go back. He remembered that in the original work, Xie Sui hated Xie Xinian so much that she wished she had nothing to do with the Xie family for the rest of her life. At that time, she was attacked and had no choice but to go back. Song Weining didn't want to talk about the Xie family anymore. The grudges in the rich and powerful families were annoying. She asked Song Yu, when are you going to take the final exam? Come back to a city as soon as possible after the exam. I miss you. Song Yu was absent-minded. Soon. Song Weining suddenly thought of something and laughed over the phone. I suddenly remembered that when we went to Jing City, you said that you would go to see the world for me. It has been half a year. How is the world? Song Yu was slightly stunned. He was worried about Xie Sui. When he heard her question, the first thing that came to his mind was Xie Sui. The desk lamp shone gently, and there was a faint fragrance of jasmine in the room. He lowered his eyes and looked at the language paper he was writing. On the last essay topic, the title was unexpected. His memory went from summer to autumn to winter. In the smoky box, there was an incredibly beautiful young man. The hugs on the wall and under the wall with the summer wind, and the words with a lazy smile in the auditorium through thousands of stars. Even every dusk and every night was vivid and vivid, like everyone he met in high school. Song Yu's heart suddenly felt very light. He laughed to himself first. His voice was clear and unbelievably gentle. Oh, the world, it's unexpectedly wonderful. Song Weining was stunned for a moment in the distant A city. She couldn't help but smile gently. The New Year's Day party was getting closer and closer. At the end of the rehearsal of the first class's stage play, everyone was no longer restrained. In the process of acting, there were many jokes. The rarest thing was that director Song didn't even take a sip of water after the performance. It was worthy of celebration, worthy of praise and tears. It was really too difficult for them. Cinderella and the prince finished their last dance. Work was done. Jiang Chunian enthusiastically went to the water well and poured a cup of hot water for Song Yu. Director Song, you haven't had any water today. Thank you for your hard work. Song Yu hadn't recovered from his cold, so he was a little tired. He glanced at her and slowly took a sip. Liang Yingying almost became autistic after acting as Cinderella. Now that everything was settled, of course, she was in high spirits and came to join in the fun. Using a bottle of mineral water as a microphone, he asked, "Brother Yu, how did you manage to be so good at your first job as a director?" After drinking the water, Song Yu snorted and commented on himself, "Do I still need to explain myself to a genius? Jiang Chunian, genius director Song, I understand." The group of people in the rehearsal room couldn't stop laughing. After all, there was competition between the programs of the New Year's Eve party. They couldn't just focus on their own rehearsals, so they had to ask about other classes. Ma Xiaoding's underlings were finally useful for once. They had also inquired about the students from the next class. "Ma Xiaoding, only class 3 is the same type. They're acting as Liang Zhu. I heard that Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai are starring their class Belle and class Hunk. But I think that all the members of our class are good-looking. They'll definitely be able to outshine the rest." Shi Bowen was too lazy to correct his idiom. He blew on the hot air in the thermos and said, "But the class Belle and class Hunk have enough gimmick. Ma Xiaoding, then let's say the name of our genius director Song." Shi Bowen laughed for a long time and sighed. If Brother Yu and God Xie were to act, how sensational would it be? Ma Xiaoding, think about it in your dreams. During the class meeting, old Cheng went to a meeting. Under the urging of a group of people, the class monitor closed the windows and doors and played the horror film. Gloomy and strange music sounded. Song Yu opened a bag of potato chips and said to Xie Sui, "If you're afraid, you can sleep on your stomach." Xie Sui smiled. "Okay." However, only the girls in the class were scared to the point of screaming. The 4 of them were bored. Ma Xiaoding kept complaining. "What's the female lead doing? She knows that the classroom is haunted, but she still insists on going at midnight." Shi Bowen said, "It's probably to make the female lead cry and rush into the male lead's arms. The director thinks it's very romantic." Song Yu leaned back in his seat and chewed on potato chips. "If I were the director, I definitely wouldn't have arranged it that way." Director Song had been called that for a long time and was still a little dazed. "What do you think, Brother Yu?" Song Yu said, "The female lead's crying and rushing out is really scary. If I were the male lead, I would probably think that I've met a crazy woman and would turn around and run away first. It would be better to just arrange for the female lead to be scared unconscious in the classroom by the ghost. Then, the male lead would go back to the classroom to get a book. He would look at the female lead's sleeping face in surprise and shake her awake. In a dark and gloomy classroom, wouldn't the story unfold? The female lead was scared and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. The male lead's heart ached and he had a deep desire to protect her. A single man and a single woman, the beginning of love. He whistled. Romantic. Shi Bowen took a deep breath. "I've learned it." Ma Xiaoding smiled and punched him. "What have you learned? Are you really going to trick the little girl into the classroom in the middle of the night?" Shi Bowen also laughed. I wouldn't dare. Ha 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 ha." The New Year's Eve party was next Monday night. On Friday, all the classes went to the auditorium for the final rehearsal. Song Yu met Qin Mo again. The 2 of them were 3 rows apart. Qin Mo smiled at him from afar. Song Yu chose to tilt his head and talk to Xie Sui. "Will you come to the New Year's Eve party on Monday night?" Xie Sui seemed to be very busy these days. Song Yu had a feeling that it might have something to do with the Xie family. However, as an outsider, he didn't know how to bring it up. The young man's warm breath fell on his ear. It was itchy and light, like a feather brushing across his heart. Xie Sui wanted to kiss him, but he told himself that it was just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. He restrained himself and curled his lips. "For you, I'll come too." Song Yu hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Did something happen to you recently? You don't seem to be in a good mood." Xie Sui smiled. "Yes, a little." His straightforward answer confused Song Yu. "Song Yu, then, tell me. I'll help you think of a way to solve it." Xie Sui, "Okay." Song Yu. Was he so straightforward? Xie Sui said, "Do you know about my parents?" He asked this question so casually. Song Yu's heart was in his throat, and he was extremely flustered. Of course, he knew about Xieshui's parents. However, it was a painful memory for Xieshui. His mother chose to jump off a building when he was 7 years old, leaving him alone in the world. Xiesinian didn't even have the right to be a father. When he thought of the helpless little boy from more than 10 years ago, Song Yu's heart ached terribly. His mind went blank for a few seconds, and he opened his mouth. Xieshui could almost sense every subtle expression on his face. He smiled helplessly in his heart. His Yu was indeed very kind. I don't love my mother, but I don't hate her either. Hatred was a matter of a previous life. The Xie family wants me back now. They want to make it up to me. Yu, should I go back? Song Yu was stunned in the darkness, and he felt his heart trembling. Was he asking him such a question directly? He didn't know what to say. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, it would affect Xieshui's choice at the crossroads of life. Seeing Song Yu's nervous expression, Xieshui pressed his head on the table and laughed out loud. Song Yu's nervousness was all gone by his laughter. How could he still laugh? Wasn't this a serious and sad question? Song Yu was flustered and exasperated. Xieshui said, I'll listen to you. Song Yu. He swallowed the words in his mouth gloomily. Actually, for Xieshui, it didn't matter whether he returned to the Xie family or not. Even what had been bothering him recently wasn't this problem. He finally knew the source of Song Yu's illness. He drowned on a private island at the age of 6 on a stormy day. What a coincidence. That island was the place where he shot and killed Zhao Ziyu in his previous life. He almost forgot how he got on the island, but he knew that he was definitely not forced. Xieshui looked at Song Yu's slightly embarrassed side profile. He lowered his head, and the smile in his eyes slowly faded. From then on, the princess and the prince lived happily together. Grade 1 Class 1 was the last to rehearse. When they finished, it was already 10:30 p.m. Xieshui didn't return to the apartment. After accompanying him out of the auditorium, she went straight out of the school gate and went home. Song Yu's mood was in a mess because of Song Yu's I'll listen to you. Should he go back to the Xie family? If he went back, he would receive the compensation that had been delayed for many years. Fame, wealth, status, and family background. Even if he wasn't around in the future, no one would dare to bully him casually. However, the Xie family wasn't a warm place. He was afraid that Xieshui would be hurt by her vicious relatives there again. Today, he was also worried sick about his deskmate. Song Yu walked for a while and suddenly received a call from a teacher. Is this Song Yu from Grade 1 Class 1? Song Yu was stunned. Yes, it's me. The teacher said, in the auditorium, a student in your class forgot to take his phone. Only your name is listed here. Can you help him get it? Song Yu looked up at the sky and felt that it was going to rain again. He was actually only a few steps away from the auditorium. He frowned and walked back along the way. It was almost 11 o'clock p.m., and almost everyone in the huge auditorium had left. Song Yu walked in and just finished greeting the last 2 students who left with the equipment. Song Yu walked to the first row. He was about to bend down and lift a school uniform to see if there was a phone under it. Suddenly, all the lights in the auditorium went out. The world fell into darkness. Song Yu's eyes widened. He suddenly turned around. A grey figure appeared at the door like lightning and locked it. Dong. The sky outside was gloomy, and the moonlight couldn't penetrate the clouds. In the huge auditorium, darkness seeped into the surroundings like a tide. He was the only one left in the world. Song Yu's eyes widened slightly, and a chill spread from his body. It was Saturday. He took out his phone and wanted to call Xieshui, but the phone showed that there was no signal and no service system. There was a signal jammer installed. Song Yu slowly tightened his grip on his phone. He was so angry that he laughed. Was someone playing a prank? Why did they want to harm him? He wasn't claustrophobic. He would just sleep here for one night. He suppressed his anger and the desire to tear Qin Mo apart. Song Yu sat down. In the darkness, only the faint light of his phone could be seen. The walls of the auditorium were very thick and the windows were very high. It was impossible to call for help. Winter nights were very cold. What made him even more uncomfortable was that there was a rainstorm in the middle of the night. He hadn't recovered from his cold, and he felt dizzy. He was very sleepy on rainy days, but this time, he couldn't sleep well. Song-yu wasn't afraid of the rainstorm, the darkness, and the secret room. But when put together, they made him anxious, depressed, and dizzy. He even felt suffocated. It was as if there was a wild beast crazily attacking and biting in his mind. He was so uncomfortable that he lay on the table and curled up in pain. He had a fever and was half awake. His mind was grotesque, and his ears were full of messy sounds. Are you fucking crazy? I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing. Ha ha ha, Song-yu, are you very proud? I'm the one kneeling on the ground and begging, but I'm loyal to you. Why? Why? Chapter 80. You don't deserve it. He also remembered that his eyes were red. In the narrow and dark room, he grabbed the man's collar and punched him with all his strength. The madman on the other side stepped back, covered his face and laughed. His face was blue and purple, and his mouth was full of blood, but his voice was as cold as a poisonous snake. The Song family won't let me go. They'll find me soon. But I don't care. Anyway, I've been made into nothing. Ha 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 ha, let's die together, Song-yu. No one is better. I'm not better, you're not better, and Xie won't be better. Madman. The headache was splitting, and his vision slowly became confused. He stepped back and stepped on a syringe for injecting alcohol. It was a storm outside. He staggered out of the warehouse, but he didn't know where he was. Next to the highway, one car after another drove by at high speed, and the sirens were loud in the rainy night. A phone call came. He gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. Song-yu, where are you now? On the other side of the phone, the man asked anxiously. He had completely lost his usual calmness and self-control, and his cold voice was trembling. His heart was suddenly pulled up, and he squatted down in pain, unable to say a word. The words were broken in his throat, and only gasps and inhales mixed in the rain. His mind was cloudy, and he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't even hold the phone, and his eyes were completely dark. In a dream that was not very long, he was awakened by crying. You. It was his mother's choking voice. There was also his sisters crying and scolding. Why did my brother provoke you? Why did he provoke you? The Xie family really doesn't have a good thing. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you go. There were all kinds of noises, doctors, policemen, and people's words. Finally, he heard a familiar voice, as if all the pride had been broken, and said very softly, I'm sorry. His sister finally cried out. When the cries entered his ears, every single one of his nerves felt sore and painful. But he was in a black box, a closed world, and no one could comfort him. Host. 008 finally realized that something was wrong, and suddenly came out of his consciousness. Shouted loudly and anxiously. Host. Song-yu's black hair was wet with sweat, and his body was as uncomfortable as a dehydrated fish. He lifted his head from between his arms. His face was pale and transparent, and his light-colored eyes were blank. Next to him was a dark auditorium. It was winter, and the room was cold to the bone. However, he felt as if his entire body was on fire. His head was burning, and his throat was parched. 008 saw him wake up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wanted to use the same trick again. It planned to merge a little blue light into Song-yu's forehead to clear his memory. However, he was stopped by Song-yu. His voice was cold. It's useless even if you keep erasing my memories. I'll remember them sooner or later. You're making me more and more interested in my previous life. 008's outstretched hand froze in midair, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. It seemed sad and seemed to collapse, but what's the use of remembering it? Song-yu was delirious with fever, but his heart was cold. Ice and fire tortured his soul. He said in a hoarse voice, the plot of Gentle Control is fake, right? Even in the last life, it didn't completely follow the plot. 008. It doesn't know what to say. It's depressed, because it's you both times. 008 said, the plot of Gentle Control is the original direction of the world. Xie Sui and Zhao Ziyu are the soul of the world. They should have misunderstood, and fallen in love with each other to reach a happy ending. Who knew that you would come out halfway? Alas. Song Yu's fingers clasped the edge of the table and smiled. You are funny. 008 probably also gave up on himself. He sat quietly beside him. It's not something I can decide. 008 tilted his head. Haven't you read the original book of Gentle Control? Only see Xie Sui trapped on the island? Song Yu's eyes fixed on it. Well, 008 began to tell him the rest of the plot, saying, Xie Sui was imprisoned on an isolated island, but Zhao Ziyu didn't do anything to him. He just chatted with him every day, and even secretly helped him solve the Xie family's problems. Zhao Ziyu can't be considered a scumbag. He and Xie Sui used to be rivals in business. He's just a little arrogant and mean when he speaks, but deep down, he's gentle and affectionate. Even when he couldn't get Xie Sui to stay here with Qin and Sun, he used some means to get Qin and Sun to go to jail. In fact, he never hurt Xie Sui. The breakthrough of their feelings was on a rainy day. The people of Xie family were forced to find the island and wanted to kill Xie Sui. Zhao Ziyu took a shot for him. Zhao Ziyu was lying in the ward on the verge of life and death. Xie Sui returned to a city and received the news of your death. You were an old friend of his when he was a child. He came to your tombstone and recalled what you said to him when you were alive. He pondered for a long time. Finally, he decided to give up the past and cherish the present. He returned to Zhao Ziyu's bed. That's how they began to love each other. Song Yu kept laughing, sarcastically and jokingly. You're dreaming. 008 took a deep breath and said, yes, we're dreaming. Do you know what the end of the last life was? It said to itself, from the time you returned to a city because of Song Weining's wedding, the plot collapsed crazily. The Lord God used the power to force the plot back, let you be hospitalized, let Xie Sui go to the island, but it still collapsed in a mess. 008's tone seemed to be trembling with anger and shocked, speechless. Finally, Xie Sui shot Zhao Ziyu. Hearing this sentence, Song Yu wanted to laugh, but he was too uncomfortable. His chest was sour and stuffy. 008 took a deep breath again. I don't want to say the rest. The Lord God erased all people's memories, and the world entered a new reincarnation. Originally, the Lord God wanted to directly erase Song Yu's role, but the rules did not allow it, and Xie Sui's consciousness did not allow it. It can't be erased, it can only change the trajectory of his life. The childhood sweetheart is the key to the relief of Xie Sui later, and it can't be saved. The only thing that can be changed is Song Weining's wedding. Originally, the wedding was arranged abroad in this life, so that Song Yu didn't have to return to China. But it doesn't even have to go to this step. When Song Yu was 6 years old, on the same island, the crazy rainstorm reminded him of the cause and effect of his last life. The Lord God was afraid of causing more changes, so he sent Song Yu's soul to another world, and let it enter Song Yu's body and finish the rest of the plot for him. Even in order not to arouse other people's suspicion, it was silent and autistic to block itself. But who knows, Song Yu is back. Song Yu couldn't laugh at all. He had a fever, lay on the table, and murmured, so in the last life, what was the relationship between me and Xie Sui? He recalled the fragments of his dream, the childhood sweetheart, the glimpse at the banquet, the reunion in the ward abroad, and the phone call in the rain in today's dream. There seems to be a long way missing in the middle. Was it forgotten by yourself that night? 008 dare not say their relationship in the last life, only vaguely said, you should be a friend who never forgets for him. Friend. Song Yu was a little confused. She repeated the word. 008 braced himself and said, yes, the friendship of childhood is always precious. Xie Sui cares about you. Song Yu, 008 said bewitchingly, in fact, it's the real world inside and outside the book. Who knows the world they are in? In another world, it's not a book. Maybe the same love and hate happen, and there's the same destiny that you don't know. Song Yu, think about it clearly. This world is just the memory of your last life. You just came here because of an error. It's all over in the last life. There's no need to cling to it. Your root in this life is not here. Do you remember Song Lan? That's your real home in this life. Song Yu pursed his lips. 008 ruthlessly brainwashed him and said, you will leave sooner or later. Song Yu, is it, 008, we will send you away right away. Now it's unnecessary to follow the plot. As long as Xie Sui and Zhao Ziyu love each other, it's fine. Since you have to leave sooner or later, you should be careful, and Xie Sui is destined to fall in love with Zhao Ziyu. They were born with the power to attract each other, just like Qin Mo can't help falling in love with Xie Sui. When Zhao Ziyu appears, Xie Sui will fall in love with him, too. The same proud son of heaven, the same outstanding, the same smart, they are tit-for-tat enemies, and the last people who love each other deeply and spend their lives together. Song Yu's internal organs were in pain. His voice was very low. He snorted and said, they love each other so much that they shoot first, 008. He can always be directly angry with Song Yu. 008 was furious. Last life was an accident. Xie Sui is a person who will fall in love with each other after a long time. There is not enough time for them to know each other. But it's undeniable that they are destined to be soul mates. When Song Yu heard the word soul mate, it was extremely ear-piercing. He was confused by the fever, but he was too lazy to sneer at Yang Yang. Come on, why is their love so unstoppable? Why do you keep emphasizing that I don't want to be with Xie Sui? 008, 008 said stiffly, because I'm afraid you'll be too sad when you leave. It's for your own good. How could Song Yu believe him? He weakly hooked his lower lip, lay on the table with a pale face, and murmured, I'm sorry. In the dream, Xie Sui's I'm sorry was like a thorny vine, wrapped in his heart, painful and sad. He half opened his light brown eyes, sweating all over his body. Confused and calm, he said word by word, I seem to have fallen in love with him. 008? 008 is going to die of anger. It widened its eyes and was almost scared out of its wits. The blue light of the virtual body suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the whole auditorium for a moment. It was so dazzling that Song Yu closed his eyes tiredly. In the ear, 008 was shocked, collapsed, and full of anger. You like him? Do you know what you're doing? It was in a hurry. I'm going to find the Lord God. Song Yu closed his eyes, and he could not open them again. His whole body was as strong as silk. Xie Sui went home and helped Grandma Chen deal with a bunch of people. In the face of the lawyer and a bunch of bodyguards, the young man's cold eyebrows did not panic at all. He said lightly, don't be so troublesome. Ask Xie Xinian to come to see me directly. The lawyer froze for a moment, bowed, held a document, and said something before leaving. Grandma Chen sat quietly on the sofa. The dim yellow light shone on every silver hair, dragging out a gentle aftertaste. She looked at Xie Sui for a long time, sighed inaudibly, and whispered, Sui, no matter what decision you make, Grandma will support you. Xie Sui smiled gently. Grandma, you go to bed first. I have to go back to school later. Grandma Chen rubbed her eyes and nodded. Her feet were a little lame. Xie Sui walked over and wanted to help her, but Grandma Chen gently pressed his hand. Her old eyes looked at him quietly, clear and sad. She shook her head and said faintly, when your mother first came here, I also advised her, but she didn't listen to me. She dug a dead end and didn't come out. Don't repeat her road. Xie Sui froze for a moment, and there was a smile in his eyes under his long eyelashes. I won't. Grandma Chen sighed with pity. When a person dies, ashes return to ashes, and dust to dust. She left you, so don't miss her. Fate separates in the blink of an eye. Everything in the world is like this. Fate separates in the blink of an eye. He came and went naked without any worries. He walked out of the dilapidated old building and onto the street with an umbrella. The sky was full of black rain, wet and cold. He suddenly wanted to see Song Yu very much. He took out his phone and entered the string of numbers that he knew by heart. However, for the first time, the call couldn't go through. Xie Sui stood in the rain, and his expression gradually turned cold. Song Yu had already called the Meng family on Friday and wouldn't go back. He rushed back to the school apartment. He had always had the key to Song Yu's house. Song Yu gave it to him after she felt guilty for sleeping in his bed that time. However, when he opened the door, it was dark and quiet inside. He had always hated rainy days. He hated them from the bottom of his heart, especially in this kind of stormy weather. He contacted everyone who was with him this afternoon, including the teacher, and pieced together the clues bit by bit. Xieshui's eyes were deep and cold. The violent emotions in his heart that he had been suppressing since his rebirth were growing wildly. "You haven't come home yet." "In the end, I called Song Yu classmate." "Ah, then he might have been locked in the auditorium." The student who closed the door didn't even look at it first. "I'm not at school now, but the security room has a spare key." "Thank you, teacher." Xieshui didn't even look at Qin Mo in his previous life. Even if he knelt on the ground in the end and begged humbly like dust under his feet, to him, it was just a clown performing a boring comedy. In this life, Qin Mo had improved. Finally, he caught his attention. As soon as he entered the auditorium, all the signals were blocked. Opening the heavy door, Xieshui could see the boy sleeping in the first row at a glance. The air was cold and damp, and darkness seeped into the whole world. Xieshui walked over slowly, and his gloomy and cold mood calmed down slightly. He squatted down and touched the side of the boy's face with his hand. The skin fell on his palm, and it was so hot that it seemed to burn the blood. The barely noticeable panic finally dissipated. Xieshui lowered his eyes, leaned against his ear, and whispered, "Yu, wake up." Chapter 81. Song Yu was sweating from the pain, and his forehead was burning hot. After feeling the cold touch, he came back to his senses a little. He slowly opened his eyes. His light-colored pupils were foggy, and he looked at the person in front of him blankly. Xieshui's figure was outlined in the darkness. It was familiar and reassuring. "Xieshui," he called softly. Xieshui put her cold fingers on his forehead, bent down, and said in a low voice, "Do you have a fever?" She seemed to be asking softly, but also seemed to be talking to herself. Song Yu was so sick that he said in a muffled voice, "Yes." But he still protested for himself and said, "We're not going to the hospital." He hated hospitals. Xieshui's gaze fell on him. After a long time, he looked down and said softly, "Okay, we're not going to the hospital. Let's go home first." Xieshui bent down, put her arms around Song Yu's waist, and picked him up. The moment he held her in his arms, Song Yu was stunned. The tip of his nose was filled with the elegant fragrance of laundry detergent. Through the clean clothes, his ears were pressed against Xieshui's chest, and he could clearly hear the sound of her heartbeat. The darkness and fever made his 5 senses fall into a contradictory state. Sometimes he was dizzy, and sometimes he was magnified and clear. For example, right now, it was as if a big stone had been thrown into his turbid consciousness. His limbs were numb, and his boiling blood was cold for a second. Song Yu stretched out his hand to push her, but his whole body was as weak as water. He couldn't push her at all. Because of his emotional fluctuations, the subsequent exhaustion flooded him like a tide. He could only grab Xieshui's clothes with his fingers, like a drowning person. "Don't. It's embarrassing to hold me. I'll go by myself," he muttered. Under his black hair, which was wet with sweat, his ears were white and red, making people want to take a bite. The rain outside became lighter. Xieshui felt that she was holding a hot body, and her heart was burning. The weak voice of the person in her arms stirred her nerves. But she never knew that Song Yu was the most torturous when he was sick. Like a wild cat, it refused to retract its claws even when it was sick. The panic and anger that had been suppressed along the way surfaced in his heart. His expression was cold, and so was his voice. "Where are you going? Crawl back." Song Yu had never been so fierce to Xieshui before. After being stunned for a moment, a fine feeling of grievance welled up in his heart. "It's even more uncomfortable to think that I just said to 008 that I like him." Xieshui and Zhao Ziyu were soulmates. What kind of scumbag did he fall in love with? Song Yu felt terrible. It's none of your business. I'll walk with my legs. The moment he opened his mouth, it was a voice that shocked even himself. Her voice was soft and weak, suffused with a thick sense of grievance and anger, as if she was acting coquettishly. He had a fever and was angered by himself. Who was she acting coquettishly to? Song Yu's fingers clenched his outer clothes even harder. She was so angry that she kept kicking and scratching in his arms a few times. Xie Sui was stunned for a long time. She felt wronged by his hoarse voice. All of a sudden, all her emotions were defeated. She lowered her eyes and looked at the sick boy. Helplessness and heartache finally prevailed. Xie Sui had liked him for so long and spent so much time with him. Of course, she knew his emotions like the back of her hand. She helped him tuck his wet black hair behind his ear and said softly, "If you want to walk by yourself, then am I useless?" The plot shouldn't have developed like this. Her gentle actions dispelled some of Song Yu's anger. What plot? Her head was dizzy and her thoughts were simple. She was confused by his words. Her ears twitched and she was led away by him. Xie Sui's voice was gentle in the night with a bewitching power. The dark and gloomy classroom awakens the male lead of the female lead. Do you still remember? You were so scared that my heart ached. Two people on a stormy day. Okay, stop talking. Song Yu wanted to raise his hand to cover his mouth, but he was exhausted. Xie Sui chuckled. Director Song. She leaned over and whispered into his ear, "Did you arrange for tonight to be the beginning of our love?" Director Song was speechless. He couldn't defend himself. He buried his head in Xie Sui's arms. It was too embarrassing. Only the back of his head and his red and sparkling ears were exposed. He had completely given up the desire to struggle. Compared to this, being held in her arms was nothing. He had to be content in this way. After he settled down, he fell into a deep sleep in Xie Sui's arms. Xie Sui took him home, changed his clothes, brewed some fever medicine for him, and fed him mouthful by mouthful. He didn't know if Song Yu had a simple fever or a relapse of his old illness. He didn't dare to leave him for the whole night. He quietly watched his sleeping face with deep eyes. Under the table lamp, the young man's face was no longer flushed. It was like thin snow, fragile and pale. Xie Sui had a very light sleep for a long time in her previous life. Insomnia had become a habit, so now she sat quietly until midnight without a trace of sleepiness. It was still raining outside, and his thoughts were drawn out. He thought of the despair that drowned him in the haunted house and the tombstones in the black rain. "Water," Song Yu murmured softly, pulling him back from his thoughts. The young man's eyelashes trembled, and his brows furrowed in pain. He opened his mouth, and his voice was hoarse. Xie Sui got up to get water. When she came back, she held his hand with her fingers. She had never taken care of someone so gently and carefully. After drinking the water, the burning sensation in his throat was relieved. Song Yu's brows slowly relaxed. His body was completely weak, but he didn't feel as uncomfortable as he did in the auditorium. His eyelashes slowly raised, and he looked at Xie Sui's side profile in a half-awake state. The light flowed over her cold white skin, and her eyes were as cold as ever. The room was comfortable, and the bed was soft, but it wasn't his. So he took Xie Sui's bed again? Song Yu's eyelids opened with difficulty, but he closed them again with force. Fatigue seeped into every inch of his bones. He muttered, "Come up and sleep with me." Xie Sui was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does he know what he's saying? But the night was too gentle, and so was his heart. He gently kissed the young man's closed eyes. Okay. Xie Sui was a person with a strong sense of territory in her previous life. She wanted absolute silence in everything. Even the slightest movement could wake her up, including other people's breathing. Only Song Yu was an exception. It seemed that when they were young, they also slept on the same bed like this. The manner, the midsummer night, the cool wind, and the boy's milk fragrance. After the lights were turned off, the room was silent. Song Yu's fever seemed to have subsided. The more it was like this, the more Xie Sui wondered what was his illness. You, he called softly. Song Yu was already asleep. Xie Sui smiled to himself in the dark. He didn't know what he was smiling about, but he closed his eyes and fell into a dream for the first time. His memory was elongated. It was vines climbing the mountain, a pitch-black iron gate, a big black dog barking crazily, and the fragrance of the orchard spread for 10 miles. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the boy sitting on the iron gate had thin and white legs, and his eyes were clear and bright. He was panicking and scared. Even if he turned around and begged him to catch him, he could make him depressed with his excellent eloquence. Why? I heard that I like you very much. That can be considered a reason. Why didn't I know? Ha! Didn't they say that the onlooker can't see clearly? The onlooker can't see clearly. He thought that even in his previous life, he should have liked Song Yu when he was young. Childhood sweethearts, the first awakening of love. When they met again after they grew up, it would also be a long-planned and quiet pursuit, but he didn't know if he succeeded. The next day was Saturday. Song Yu took the fever medicine and slept until noon. When he woke up, the depression from last night was gone. He was in good health. The reason why he was so uncomfortable last night was mostly because of that dream. Just like the dream he lost that night, he felt as uncomfortable as drowning when he woke up. The pain and anxiety disappeared, but the memory was not erased. He still remembered the conversation with 008, as well as the memory that made him extremely painful. The clearest scene was when he stepped on the syringe. After he woke up, he pulled up his sleeves and looked at his white arms in a daze. So in his previous life, he was killed by someone injecting alcohol? This thought floated in his mind, and Song Yu's face instantly turned pale. It was not fear, but confusion. Who was it? The warehouse was too dark, and the dream was grotesque. He could only remember the heart-wrenching conversation. He seemed to have committed the sin of Xie Sui, and his voice sounded like Qin Mo, paranoid and crazy. If he couldn't get someone, he would drag them to hell together. No wonder he was the character in the book. He remembered that Xie Sui called him at that time. In the end, would Xie Sui blame himself for this? His best childhood friend had suffered because of him. Since you're awake, eat something first. Opening the door, Xie Sui walked in and said lightly. His eyes were handsome, and his voice was as cold as a spring. Song Yu was stunned. After glancing at him, he immediately lowered his head. Oh! Song Yu now had a headache when he saw him. Especially after he confessed to 008 yesterday that he liked him a little, he didn't know how to face him. It was as if there was a breakthrough in his heart, and a bunch of thoughts were born, messing him up. If it weren't for the artificial retard 008's words, he definitely wouldn't be so confused. What was a soulmate? Who was Zhao Ziyu? Could he hurry up and appear? But this surnamed Zhao was a thorn in his heart, and he couldn't wait to pull it out and bite it off. Song Yu grabbed his hair a little gloomily, put on his shoes and went to wash up. It wasn't the first time he spent the night at Xie Sui's place. Of course, there was everything. While brushing his teeth, Song Yu stared at himself in the mirror, thinking about 008's bullshit, the same proud son of heaven, the same excellent, the same smart. His mouth was full of bubbles, and his thoughts were scattered. But come on, the little handsome guy in the mirror was not excellent and smart. Why were they a couple? Because Zhao Ziyu was the chosen one, and he was the one who was punished by heaven. Wasn't he also the son of heaven? Song Yu pulled down his mouth, and his whole body exuded an irritable aura. Brushing his teeth numbly, he didn't have any thoughts when he woke up, but he was very confused. When he sat down at the table, only then did he suddenly open his eyes wide, suck in a breath of cold air, gnash his teeth with hatred, and insert his chopsticks into the bowl. The one who trapped him in the auditorium last night was also Qin Mo. Chapter 82. Song Yu thought of Qin Mo, but he quickly controlled his emotions and didn't show any obvious anger. He lowered his head, lowered his eyelashes, and ate quietly. He didn't want Xie Sui to see that something was wrong. What happened in his past life had become a haze in his heart, But he promised Xiesui that he wouldn't dwell on the past. Therefore, he didn't want her to know about this matter and would deal with it himself. Xiesui was waiting for him to speak, and her eyes were fixed on him. However, Song Yu didn't say a word. His face was pale and weak, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. The meal was silent. Xiesui couldn't count on him, so she decided to break the silence first. "Shouldn't you tell me about what happened yesterday?" "What happened yesterday?" When Song Yu heard her words, he was a little confused. He calmed himself down and said casually, "Oh, it was just an accident. I went back to get something, and that person closed the door too quickly." Xiesui smiled. "An accident?" Song Yu said vaguely, "Yes." Xiesui's dark eyes stared at him for a few seconds. Seeing that he was really going to deal with this matter himself, she didn't ask any more questions. She slowly looked away and smiled. "I see. I thought that director Song had specially arranged this scene for us." Song Yu looked at her. For the first time, he wasn't angry or embarrassed. Instead, he felt frustrated and depressed. He pursed his lips and lowered his head. They knew each other when they were so young, and they were friends from their past lives until their deaths. This meant that Xiesui's like was really the kind of like between friends. Song Yu sighed in his heart and changed the topic in a bad mood. "I'm going back later. Thank you for taking care of me last night." Compared to the secretive look on his face, Xiesui preferred the muddle-headed version of him from yesterday. However, he didn't expose her. He nodded and smiled. "Okay, see you on Monday." Song Yu had to go home on Saturday. He sat in the car and looked outside. In winter, everything in Jing City seemed to be shrouded in a layer of grey fog. The car window was open, and the wind outside was cold. 008 said a lot of nonsense, but there was still one sentence that entered his heart. "That was in my past life." Even in his past life, although he had no impression of it, Qin Mo was the person who killed him. How could this account be settled so easily? Song Yu's eyes didn't blink, and his expression as cold as frost. 008 went to find the Lord God again. The next time he comes back to deal with him, it may not be so kind. Would he directly send him away? Did he want to go or not? Did he say he liked Xiesui? When did he fall in love with her? "Young master, did you encounter something in school that made you unhappy?" Uncle Ma held the steering wheel and asked doubtfully. Song Yu was called back to reality by his voice. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Uncle Ma, do you remember the friend I told you about at first sight?" Uncle Ma was stunned for a moment and smiled. "Yes, young master, when you first came to Jing City, you kept running to Lianyun Street and often asked me to pick you up at night. Is it that person?" Song Yu also smiled, but his eyes were a little absent-minded. "Yes, it's him." He curved his lower lip and said softly. It didn't seem like he was smiling. "Actually, it's not like we met at first sight. It's an old friend." To deal with Qin Mo, even if the witnesses and evidence were in front of the school, they might not be able to punish him. It could even be regarded as a slightly excessive joke. After all, he was only trapped in the auditorium for one night. Even Song Yu himself didn't expect that he would be so uncomfortable in there. It seemed that Qin Mo had investigated him deeply. Qin Mo was backed by the Qin family. Of course, he could only ask his elder brother for help. He couldn't call his father. Mr. Song was so irritable. If he knew that Song Yu was being bullied, he would definitely drag him back to a city and put him under his nose. His elder brother was now abroad. When he received the call, he was a little surprised. "Why did you suddenly call me?" Song Yu said, "Brother, help me investigate a person." Song Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You have a rich spare time in high school. You even used the investigation." Song Yu, investigate Qin Mo. Song Shu was stunned and repeated the name. "Qin Mo? Why is this name so familiar?" Song Yu sighed. "Of course you are familiar with him. He is the fourth in the Qin family." Song Shu pondered for a moment and came to his senses. He said with a smile, "Oh, it's him. But one of you is in a city and the other is in Jing City. How did he provoke you from thousands of miles away?" Song Yu lowered his eyes and his eyes were cold. He transferred to Jing City a few days ago. Song Yu said, let's put it this way. We are fated to be enemies and hate each other. Yesterday, he trapped me in the auditorium. I also want to mess with him. Song Shu, you. He chose his words carefully and didn't know how to persuade his baby brother. He hadn't organized his words yet. Song Yu had already said the rest of his words. Brother, did I have any trauma when I was a child because of the heavy rain? All the words of persuasion were taken back. Song Shu was stunned on the other side of the phone and remembered something. After Song Yu fell into the water on the island, he had been confined to himself. He either lay in the hospital bed or curled up in the bedroom. For a long time, he seemed to have lost his 7 souls and 6 spirits. But before he fell into the water, he was alive and healthy. When he was a child, there were only 2 accidents that made the whole family panic. One was when he accidentally drank a mouthful of wine. The other was when he was locked in the classroom on a rainy day. When the driver went to pick him up, he found that he was pale and weak all over. He was so shocked that he called back directly. At that time, the family guessed that he might be a little claustrophobic. Although the Song family had blocked a lot of public opinion about the 2 things that happened before the age of 6 for fear that it would have a bad impact on Song Yu, if someone really investigated, they could still find out. Thinking about it this way, the child of the Qin family might have done it on purpose. Song Shu frowned and said anxiously, you were locked in the auditorium on a rainy day yesterday? How are you feeling now? Song Yu was very frank and said lightly, I had a fever, but I'll be fine after a sleep. Hearing his voice, Song Shu was a little relieved and said in a low voice, you just said that the Qin family is ranked 4th. I remember now. I heard that he transferred schools because he had a boyfriend in high school and came out of the closet. The old master of the Qin family wanted to break his legs, so he went to Jing City to avoid trouble. After all, it was the Qin family. At that time, it was not a laughing matter. Song Yu closed his eyes and was stunned. It turned out that Qin Mo transferred to Jing City for such a reason. Qin Mo is young, but his mind is not good. Song Shu said, you don't have to worry about this directly. I'll help you deal with it. If it's true, the Qin family has to give us an explanation. Song Yu said, okay. He turned off the phone. His eyes were like knives, but his expression was cold. Once the Qin family was settled, he would not be polite to Qin Mo in Jing City. He kept pestering him to sit down and have a chat. Then, let's have a good talk. Monday. It was already late winter and the weather was getting colder. When walking outside, one's breath seemed to be able to create fog. The wind was like a knife on one's face. Ma Xiaoding rushed into the classroom with 2 cups of hot water in her arms. She was so cold that she had goosebumps. She sat in her seat and shivered. Oh my God, I just stood there for a long time to listen to their conversation. In the end, I didn't hear anything about Liang Zhu's situation. Instead, I heard a bunch of gossip about Brother Yu. Song Yu turned a page of his English book. When he heard Ma Xiaoding's words, he pursed his lips. Shi Bowen's eyes widened. What gossip? Ma Xiaoding, it's Friday night. Wasn't Brother Yu locked in the auditorium? God Xie was so anxious that he called one after another. He even called me. He had been reprimanded by Song Yu last time, so of course, he did not talk nonsense. He said, what a touching brotherly relationship. In the end, the rumors were distorted. Sigh, public morals are degenerating day by day. Shi Bowen laughed. If the rumors were distorted, why did you stand there for so long? Did you get addicted to listening to them? Ma Xiaoding looked at Song Yu's side profile in front of him and said in a low voice, wasn't it just to hear how distorted they could be? Let me tell you the original words of the girls in class 3. Brother Yu was trapped in the dark classroom, trembling. God Xie rushed over like a savior and pulled him out of the darkness. The 2 of them were alone, and the wonderful atmosphere spread. Shi Bowen? Shi Bowen, don't you think this plot is a little familiar? Wasn't this what Brother Yu told me when we watched the horror movie? Ma Xiaoding slammed the table and opened his mouth like a duck's egg. Fuck. Therefore, everything is within Brother Yu's expectations. Shi Bowen covered his mouth to stop him from saying anything that would bring about his death. Song Yu's slender hand twirled the pen. His eyes were delicate and indifferent, and he ignored the two people behind him. Right now, he was controlling himself and not thinking about Xie Sui. He tried his best to focus on Qin Mo. He looked at the alarm clock. The minute hand was slowly turning, and he was slowly counting in his heart. The New Year's party started at 7 o'clock. Everyone entered the venue at 6 o'clock. When old Cheng led them over, he lowered his eyelids and looked at everyone. He said unhappily, "The weather forecast said that it might snow tonight. Why are you still wearing so little? If you catch a cold and do poorly in the final exam, I won't give you face at the parent-teacher meeting." Everyone laughed. "Teacher, can't you say something nice?" Song Yu glanced behind him and frowned. Xie Sui wasn't here yet. Did he take leave again today? But didn't he promise that he would come? The air conditioner in the auditorium was on. After it was full of people, Song Yu even felt a little hot. He took off his school uniform and put on a turtleneck sweater and jeans, which made the young man's figure look long and thin. Class 3's performance was before theirs. Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai went on stage. He didn't know if it was stage fright or something, but the class bell stuttered. His face was red as he finished the entire performance. But it was his performance that made people laugh and fight. The next performance was Class 7's group choir. It was Class 1's turn soon. Ma Xiaoding was waiting backstage to go on stage. Shi Bowen sat next to him and chewed on potato chips. If Class 3 also had a stricter director and watched them practice more, they probably wouldn't be like this. Song Yu said lazily, "Not all directors are as talented as me." Shi Bowen said, "Not all talented directors can arrange themselves." Song Yu sneered. "You're starting to be naughty too." After casually teasing him, Song Yu's phone vibrated slightly. He flipped through his phone. An unfamiliar message finally came back. He curled his lower lip slightly. In the darkness, it was imperceptibly cold. He picked up his school uniform and stood up. "I'm going to the bathroom." Chapter 83. The auditorium was filled with singing and dancing, lively and warm. As soon as he went out, the cold wind blew against his skin, waking him up a little. Song Yu put on his school uniform and zipped it up. His thick and long eyelashes covered his cold eyes as he walked towards the place they had agreed on. Qin Mo said to sit down and have a chat. Song Yu had no desire to communicate with this scumbag, just like he did with Ou Elian. He could turn a blind eye to everything that hadn't happened yet, but this kind of person's viciousness was written in his bones. If he wanted to have a chat, then so be it. The performance of Grade 2 Class 1 had just finished when the party started. Qin Mo asked him to meet him in a lounge backstage. When he went in, Qin Mo was sitting on the sofa. He had taken off the suit he used on stage and looked well dressed. Song Yu closed the door and met his gaze. He walked over calmly and sat down. "I thought you wouldn't come." Qin Mo's eyes curved and he smiled amiably. "Why did you suddenly change your mind? Was it Uncle Song who called you and finally convinced you not to be so hostile towards me?" Song Yu sat lazily and his expression looked quite normal. He didn't look like he was looking for trouble at all. His tone was calm and unperturbed. "Don't play this game. I'll give you a chance first. Tell me everything that happened on Friday night." Qin Mo's expression didn't change at all. "Friday night? What happened?" Song Yu's lips curved. His lips were very thin and had a sense of ridicule. "Qin Mo, you've investigated me very deeply. You even found out about my childhood." Qin Mo raised his eyebrows and was slightly puzzled. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Song Yu, the auditorium, the rainstorm, and the darkness. I didn't know that these three things were so useful to me." Qin Mo seemed determined to play dumb and showed a concerned expression. "You were trapped in the auditorium on Friday night?" "Song Yu, yeah, you even installed a signal jammer. You're really good at this." After this conversation, Song Yu was so calm that he was not as irritable as usual. Instead, he gave people a more dangerous feeling, as if magma was about to erupt under a thin layer of ice. Qin Mo's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and said, "Since I call myself your brother, I won't hurt you. You can choose not to believe me, but I really didn't do it. Whether it's a prank or not, I'll ask the person who trapped you." Song Yu smiled. "What do you want to know? Is he an anti-fan? She didn't like me in number 1 middle school and wanted to trick me as a joke. Who knew that I would have such a big reaction?" It was easy to explain and draw a clear line between them. After all, there were many people in number 1 high school who did not like him. To be honest, Song Yu did not come to look for Qin Mo today to force him to admit it. You don't have to explain. I have to thank you for creating such a good environment for me and Xie Sui to be alone." Qin Mo was stunned. Song Yu said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to recognize my own heart." Qin Mo looked straight at him. The smile on his lips slowly disappeared, as if he did not want to talk about this topic. He said, "Let's stop for a moment. Do you want something to drink?" "No need. Haven't you always wanted to talk to me?" Song Yu simply went straight to the point and smiled. "Then let's talk. I'll tell you clearly that even if Xie Sui doesn't like me and doesn't want to be with me in the end, it won't be your turn. Does playing with other people's feelings bring you pleasure? Did the Qin family teach you such a low-class pleasure?" Qin Mo could no longer maintain his kind appearance. Ever since Song Yu mentioned Xie Sui, nameless anger had been spreading. Now, Song Yu's words poked at his sore spot. His lowered eyes contained a storm. Song Yu lazily hooked her finger over the cup on the table, as if she was talking about something very boring and uninteresting. "I don't even understand where your sense of superiority comes from. That mentality of a hunting game, please put it away. Even if you want to pursue Xie Sui, what do you have to compete with me? Personality, appearance, and even the family background that you've always been proud of and indulged in your outrageous behavior." Qin Mo tapped his finger on the table. He was finally angered by him. His tone was extremely sarcastic. "It's none of your business who I pursue." Song Yu slowly stood up. His eyelids were very thin, and his gaze was very sharp. When he looked at people, it was sharp and cold. "If you didn't rush to court death, do you think I would have noticed you? Qin Mo, if you're worried about this, why don't you worry about your own illness?" Speaking of this, his voice, which had been raised because of anger, lowered. He smiled ambiguously, and his eyes were deep and cold. "If you're terminally ill, don't mess around. If you accidentally torture yourself to death, then the losses outweigh the gains. Don't you think so, Song Yu? The losses outweigh the gains." Song Yu softly repeated his words. He looked at the things on the table. There were 2 bottles of expensive wine. His eyes slightly lifted. "You asked me to sit down and drink something, so are you going to drink with me?" Qin Mo said sarcastically, "Do you dare?" Song Yu didn't answer his question. He sneered and held a bottle of wine in his hand. "I talked so much nonsense with you because I thought that if you knew that your scheme against me failed and let me see your feelings for Xie Sui, you would probably die of anger." Qin Mo stared fixedly at him. His muscles were tense, his breathing was rapid, and his skin was trembling. Song Yu said softly, "I don't dare." The cold white light shone on the youth. He stood up straight. He was very tall and thin, like pine trees and strong grass. Holding the wine bottle, his wrist was delicate and pale. Blue veins could be faintly seen. "I believe you know my second weakness. I can't drink." Qin Mo's eyes widened slightly. His fingers involuntarily grasped the edge of the sofa. He suddenly felt that Song Yu was somewhat unfamiliar. Song Yu leaned over. His expression was as cold as the king of hell. His tone was deep and cold. Every word was like a knife. "But it also depends on whether you have the ability to send the wine to my mouth." At the same time, Song Yu grabbed Qin Mo's collar. He raised the wine bottle and directly smashed it, decisive and ruthless. The wine bottle shattered. The fragments reflected a dazzling light. The intense pain stimulated his brain. Qin Mo was frightened. His pupils shrank to a point. Then, he suddenly exploded and shouted, "Song-yu!" The thin ice that had been suppressed for a long time shattered. The magma under the ice completely erupted. Song-yu stopped him from saying what he wanted to say. His eyes were cold. He calmed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, "You'll see who scram back to a city." Song-yu walked out. His school uniform was wet from the wine. He simply took it off and put it in his arm. In fact, he couldn't stand the smell of the wine. His head was a little uncomfortable. His body had just recovered. Suddenly, he exerted force. The subsequent feeling of weakness came like a tide, causing him to frown slightly. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard a girl scream. The fighting was not quiet. It would quickly attract people. Chin Mo's dying breath would be discovered immediately and sent to the hospital. Then, there would be a long confrontation tomorrow. Song-yu wasn't afraid of him. He didn't even need to make up any excuses. He looked down at his phone and paused the recording. Chin Mo thought his work was flawless. It was just the appearance of the signal blocker and he could find a lot of things along the clues. Chin Mo came to Jing City because he came out of the closet to avoid the limelight. If the Chin family knew that he provoked the Song family for a man, it was uncertain who would be taken away. In the auditorium, the performance of Cinderella had reached the end. When Song-yu walked to the door, he didn't go in. He leaned against the wall and looked at the group of people jumping happily on the stage. After everyone's imagination, the last scene was edited into a wedding. The prince and princess walked into the Hall of Happiness. The animals huddled together and ate melon seeds. The stepmother and stepsister were swearing and sweeping the floor. The fairy godmother waved a magic wand with stars as the host of the wedding. She said, "Now, let me testify for you." She didn't play by the rules. She smiled and asked, "Who arranged for you to come to this step?" Cinderella said, "It's the school, the teachers, and the New Year's party." The prince said, "It's Director Song. If it weren't for him, the story would have ended long ago." Everyone laughed. Song-yu, who was watching from outside, also curled her lips. After the testimony, the wedding march began to play. It was romantic and solemn. Song-yu suddenly remembered that at the beginning, he suggested using Swona as the background music. It was so festive and cheerful. Once it was played, it felt like someone was going to set up 2 tables at the entrance of the village. Jiang Chunian was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He went to plead with Xie Sui and asked Xie Sui to persuade him. He was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. "Thank God. Brother Yu wants to play Swona at the wedding. Please stop this genius." Xie Sui was also amused. The coldness in her peach blossom eyes melted. She smiled and tilted her head to ask him, "So you like this kind of music?" Song-yu didn't like it very much. In fact, he just said a few words. However, no one dared to refute him. Of course, this genius idea was not implemented in the end. The dark night and snowflakes appeared on the screen behind the stage. Cinderella and the prince held back their laughter and looked at each other. The story ended. He suddenly wanted to see Xie Sui. His heart was confused and there was an unconcealable sense of loss. Did Xie Sui know that he also liked her? But what was he in her eyes? Inexplicably close and friendly. It's all because he covets your looks. Are you the same? Of course not. Song-yu closed his eyes. He had really dug a hole for himself. After Cinderella's performance, the class exploded with flowers. Lights like the past, woo-woo, it's finally over. God, my hand holding the broom was shaking in the last scene. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Celebration banquet. Celebration banquet. Celebration banquet. Hurry up and choose a place. Let's celebrate together this New Year's Day. It's Wonwan, here is your husband, Brother Yu. Director Song, husband, Brother Yu, where shall we celebrate the new year? Doghead, wait for me. I suggest we eat hot pot. There's a new hot pot on Lynching Street. The reviews are very good. Song-yu clicked on the message and didn't reply. He took his phone and walked out. When he exited, he saw Xieshui's message. Xieshui, sorry, I'm late. Are you in the auditorium now? Song Yu was stunned. When he saw Xieshui's name, his breathing stopped for a few seconds. His fingertips touched the cold screen. He calmed down his messy mood. Song Yu, no, I'm out. Walk this way. You should meet her. Xieshui, okay. After dealing with Qin Mo, it was time to deal with Xieshui. I think I've already fallen for him. Then when did it start? Song Yu didn't know either. But when he realized it, it seemed like she had fallen for him. He walked out. He was afraid that he would be too nervous, so when Ma Xiaoding called, he picked it up. Ma Xiaoding's side seemed to be very lively. Everyone was talking at once. Ma Xiaoding had no choice but to shout at him on the phone, "Brother Yu, we're deciding what to eat later." Half of them suggested hot pot, and the other half suggested barbecue. What do you think? If you ask me, I think these two parties are crazy. Hot pot and barbecue are the same. In the end, they dislike each other. Eating hot pot dislikes barbecue because it's troublesome. Eating barbecue dislikes hot pot because it's too spicy. They can come up with all kinds of reasons. Amazing. I choose Malatang. Song Yu listened absent-mindedly. He walked outside and saw Xieshui. Xieshui stood under the statue of the school gate. Beside her was a slightly cold street lamp. She was wearing a windbreaker, and her legs were long and slender. Her head was lowered, and her fingers were tapping on the screen. Her eyelashes were lowered, and her expression was languid and cold. Ma Xiaoding was still talking. I don't understand them. But everyone has different preferences. Brother Yu, you can choose. You can choose whatever you like. The word like touched his slightly numb nerves. Song Yu held the phone and was about to speak. I choose. On the other side, Xieshui seemed to have noticed him. She raised her head, and her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Her eyes were like ice and snow that had just bloomed. The words in his throat stopped instantly. Ma Xiaoding said, Brother Yu, what do you choose? The whole class is listening to your orders. Louder. Hello, hello, hello. All Song Yu hung up the phone. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His heart was numb from his scalp to the tips of his feet. He completely admitted defeat. He chose Xieshui. Chapter 84. After saying these words in his heart, Song Yu put down his phone. All the blood in his body rushed to his brain, and he couldn't speak. The confusion, helplessness, shock, and bitterness that had been in his heart since Friday instantly surged and strangled his heart. He actually fell into the pit that he had dug before. This thought hit the top of his head, and his throat was dry. Afraid of being exposed, he lowered his head first. Xieshui just looked at him from a distance. Song Yu's pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. After seeing him, he first looked up in confusion for 2 or 3 seconds, and then quickly lowered his head. Today was a little different. Xieshui was a little stunned. He raised his eyebrows, walked over, and apologized with a smile. Sorry, I'm late. Song Yu didn't care about whether he was late or not. His heart was in a mess. He wanted to open his mouth and say what was on his mind, but when he thought that they were friends from their last life to death, he felt a little nervous and irritated. Especially when he had dug a pit for himself before. What should I say? I'm sorry that I lied to you. In fact, I didn't mean what I said. I also coveted your looks. No, I coveted your everything. Xieshui waited for a moment, and then looked at Song Yu, who lowered his head and didn't speak. He asked softly, Are you angry? He bent down and said with a gentle smile, Actually, I can explain this matter. The familiar voice was casual, like intoxicating wine in this winter night. Song Yu's breath stagnated. He covered his flustered emotions and raised his head again. His clear eyes widened. He coughed and pretended to be calm. No, I'm not angry. I was just thinking about what to eat. He tried to control his facial expression and make himself calm. However, all his attention was on looking at him without avoiding his eyes, so he didn't care about his breathing, one deep and one shallow. He was nervous, uneasy, and trying to cover it up only made it more obvious. Xie Sui's expression didn't change. He stood up straight and smiled. So, have you thought it through? Song Yu had something on his mind, and it was about him. He didn't want to expose such a simple and straightforward cover. Song Yu was still very uncomfortable. Whatever. I'm fine with anything. It's up to them. Xie Sui said, well, let's go somewhere else first. It's cold, don't catch a cold outside. His pitch-black eyes glanced over and the corners of his lips curled as he teased, I don't want to suffer anymore. Taking care of you is too tiring. What did he mean that taking care of him was strenuous? Song Yu stared blankly at Xie Sui with her eyes wide open. Her watery eyes were mesmerizing, and a strong sense of lingering fear welled up in her heart. He wouldn't have taken advantage of Xie Sui that night, would he? I'm sick, and it's hard to take care of you. Xie Sui walked beside him and asked, don't you know how delicate you are? Song Yu. This was probably the first time in his life that someone had used the word delicate to describe him. Xie Sui, don't use the word delicate casually. Song Yu began to reason with him. If others hear it, my image will be ruined. Xie Sui began to recall that night and smiled. I had to feed you the medicine mouthful by mouthful. I helped you take off your clothes, and you even scratched my neck 3 times. A gust of hot air instantly rose from his neck to his face. Song Yu's voice was a pitch higher. Why did you take off my clothes? Xie Sui teased him for fun and was very calm. What do you think? Song Yu. His expression was so shocked that his snow-white face turned red, and his ears were sparkling like pink jelly. Xie Sui stared at his ears without blinking. He chuckled and added slowly, I took off your clothes because they were wet. It's uncomfortable. What are you thinking? Oh. Song Yu was really thankful that he had only brought this up now. She was both embarrassed and embarrassed, so she asked, did I scratch you hard? Xie Sui said lightly, no. He paused and added, it was quite itchy. His illness was boiling hot, delicate, and wild, and it made people's hearts itch. Even though he was focused on his illness at that time, he was still scratched until it burned his rationality. He wanted to bite Song Yu's exposed white collarbone. That night was probably the most obedient and defenseless Song Yu had ever been since he met her. Even when she struggled, there was a desire to resist, and it was unbelievably soft. However, at that time, he only cared about his heart. Sure enough, he gave him all his gentleness, all his madness, and all his rationality. Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief and added, that's good. With his usual strength, that scratch would probably cause him to bleed, and he was embarrassed. He tilted his head and asked, I didn't do anything excessive after that, right? Xie Sui was amused by him and said lazily, how excessive do you want to be? Song Yu was speechless. Xie Sui knew when to stop. If he continued to tease Song Yu, he was afraid that he would explode again. He restrained his smile and said, nothing after that. You just can't sleep well. Song Yu scratched his head. When he thought about how he had slept in the same bed as Xie Sui, he was actually a little shy and a little excited at the same time. Sigh, he was really bad. She steadied her expression and calmly defended herself. Did I? Maybe I'm confused because of the fever. Actually, I usually sleep well and don't move at all. Xie Sui readily agreed. Yes, you're probably confused because of the fever. Get over to my side. Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xie Sui suddenly changed the topic. Song Yu was slightly stunned. He looked up and met Xie Sui's dark eyes. She was smiling faintly. He heard the young man say casually and teasingly, I found that your waist is quite thin. Song Yu was speechless. In the end, Class 1 decided to eat hot pot. The location was still Lynching Street. On the way there, Song Yu deliberately slowed down and controlled himself to be within 3 steps. He didn't want to talk to Xie Sui for the time being. At first, what made him upset was his teenage worries. Later, when Xie Sui took him away, he was inexplicably teased. Now, he was even more upset. No, he had to solve this matter. Let the artificial retard 008 stay aside first. If he didn't deal with it tonight, he didn't know how to get along with Xiesui in the future. It wasn't his style to keep one thing in his heart. Song Yu didn't like anyone, nor did he confess. He could only send a message to Song Weining. Song Yu, are you free? There's new progress with my friend's matter. It turned out that Song Weining was really free at this time. A reply came in a few seconds. Song Weining. That impatient bastard. Song Weining, TSK, so troublesome. Song Yu. My friend is very upset now. Song Weining, okay. I'm all ears. Go ahead. Song Yu, my friend, seems to have really fallen in love with that person. Song Weining, oh. Song Yu, a deep sense of frustration welled up in his heart. Song Yu, aren't you surprised? Song Weining, if you remove the word like and send it over, I might be a little surprised. Song Yu, my friend wants to confess, but she doesn't know the procedure. Song Weining, is this still my genius businessman, President Song? You're President Song. Can't you just follow the TV show? Be more domineering. Buy 99 roses and set off fireworks that will shock the entire city. Which woman can resist that? Song Yu couldn't be bothered to banter with her. Song Yu, I think my confession will fail. Song Weining, why is your self-awareness always in such strange places? Before Song Yu flared up, she hurriedly sent another message. Song Weining, if your confession fails, then go after her. How simple is that? That's not right. I remember you asked me last time. You said that that person likes you, but you don't know how to persuade her not to mistake kindness for love. I'm dying of laughter. Then you persuaded her to go back, and you fell for it. You're a genius. It was like adding fuel to the fire. What's the use of asking her? Song Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just as he was about to step forward, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. He stopped abruptly and looked up to see a telephone pole in front of him. He almost crashed into it. Xieshui's faint voice sounded in his ear. Don't you look where you're going? Song Yu was stunned and looked up. Aren't you walking in front? Xieshui, I'm waiting for you. His gaze fell on Song Yu's phone chat page. Song Yu. He quickly turned off his phone and said, nonsense, my sister's menopause came a little early. She caught me to chat. Xieshui didn't know whether to believe him or not. She said with a faint smile, I see. The hot pot restaurant was decorated in an antique style. Inside, there were rows of red lanterns hanging. Looking at it in winter made people feel warm and young. Their reserved seats were in the innermost private room. When they entered, everyone was already putting food into the hot pot. When she saw them enter, Ma Xiaoding took the initiative to give up her seat and sat next to them, giving them a chance to sit next to each other. After the New Year's party ended, the forum became lively again. A group of audience members commented blindly like old men. While everyone was eating hot pot, they talked about this matter. Jiang Chunian held his chopsticks and said, they said that the most regrettable thing about the New Year's party was that Brother Yu and God Xie, the two most influential figures, didn't appear on stage. Xieshui smiled faintly. Jiang Chunian said, look at Liang Zhu from the next class. The class belle and the class belle are both on stage. Our class's school belle and school bully are not on stage. Sigh. Song Yu had something on her mind, so she casually said, why would I go up and act? Cinderella? Liang Yingying laughed uncontrollably. I think it's very good. Brother Yu is going to act as Cinderella. He's so good looking. Only God Xie is worthy of the prince. Song Yu. Logically speaking, he should be retorting now. But after thinking about it, he chose to lower his head and eat silently. Liang Yingying, ? She was already prepared to receive Brother Yu's ridicule, but Brother Yu let her go just like that. She took a deep breath in her heart. The power of love was really strong. Even a debater could become soft. Ma Xiaoding laughed. It's obvious that it's impossible. So the forum specially opened a building for Brother Yu and wrote a scene suitable for him to act in. I saw it. It's called Land of Rebirth. I'm Brother Yu. A boy added, the first chapter, became famous on the forum. The second chapter, my deskmate is the school bell. The third chapter, became a father on the basketball court. The fourth chapter, changed the name of today's song Fangchang. Songyu, ha 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 ha. Jiang Chunian laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Amazing. Ma Xiaoding held her phone and read, the fifth chapter, the epic disaster movie, Brother Yu's monthly exam. The sixth chapter, tonight's monthly massacre. The seventh chapter, don't you understand that Luo Bida's love? The eighth chapter, everyone knows that the school bell of Jing City No. 1 Middle School is unattainable. The ninth chapter, until one day, the 10th chapter, they find that the walls of No. 1 Middle School are all torn down. Liang Yingying, ha 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 ha. Ma Xiaoding flipped to the end. The last chapter, Sui Yu Erin is real. Reading this, Ma Xiaoding complained, what is this Sui Yu Erin? Another girl carefully looked at Song Yu and Xie Sui. Seeing that the two parties didn't seem to care, she smiled and said, it's nothing. They just messed it up. They think that these two names are a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Song Yu's chopsticks trembled as she picked up the prawns. These words seemed to touch her soul. She laughed as the hot pot steamed up. It was warm and clear, and it seemed to evoke all the memories along the way. Song Yu took a deep breath and looked up with bright eyes. Taking advantage of their inconspicuous position, he pulled off Xie Sui's clothes. Xie Sui tilted her head and looked down at him. Song Yu whispered in his ear, let's talk outside. The corridor outside the private room was dark and quiet. No one came. A glass window reflected the tens of thousands of lights outside. Xie Sui followed behind him calmly. Seeing that he kept walking forward and was about to reach the end, she smiled helplessly and grabbed Song Yu's arm. Here. What do you want to say? Song Yu's brain was stuck after he called him out. He walked with his head down, regretting and embarrassed. He wished that he didn't have to stop walking on this road. The moment Xie Sui grabbed his arm, blood rushed to his brain. He couldn't see her clearly in the dark, so he let his face turn red and his eyes flicker. He was a little embarrassed. He encouraged himself in his heart, imagining himself coughing lightly and saying, it's nothing. I just found that I like you a little. He was able to let go calmly. However, the darkness also magnified his five senses. As soon as he smelled Xie Sui's clean and fresh scent, he couldn't speak again. At this moment, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Song Yu was stunned. He realized that it was a call from the form teacher. He picked it up. Hello, teacher. Teacher Cheng felt as if he was being strangled. Song Yu. Did you hit someone? Song Yu. Fuck, Qin Mo, this son of a bitch, was also going to ruin his plans in the hospital. He took a deep breath and said to old Cheng, teacher, don't worry. I'll explain it to you tomorrow. I have something to do now. I'm sorry, I have to hang up first. After saying that, he put down his phone without caring about the form teacher. There was a moment of silence. Song Yu was interrupted by a phone call, and he was confused again. Xie Sui sighed inaudibly in her heart and said softly, who did you hit? Song Yu was very honest. Qin Mo. Speaking of Qin Mo, he thought of Zhao Ziyu and 008's so-called soul lover. Originally, he couldn't say it out loud after confessing for a long time, and his disdain for himself had reached its peak. Now, all kinds of complicated emotions were fermenting in his heart. He touched his nose and said, I didn't hit him wrongly. He's bad to the core, but you'll meet a lot of people like him in the future. For example, Zhao Ziyu. He instantly became sad. Song Yu was so depressed that he didn't know what he was saying. Ignore them. Don't believe their sweet words. They're scum. His brain was dizzy. Their love is worthless. Don't like them, okay? Okay. These two words were asked softly and carefully. Xie Sui stared at him for a long time. In the end, she couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was low and seductive. If I wait for you to say it, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a long time. Song Yu was stunned. Xie Sui, who had been leaning lazily against the wall, suddenly stood up. The darkness outlined the figure of the youth, and for some reason, it gave off a suffocating sense of oppression. Song-yu slightly widened his eyes. In the cramped environment, his heartbeat became extraordinarily fast. Suddenly, he felt a hand around his waist. The palm was hot and strong, and an electric shock came from there and spread throughout his body. "Why do you want to ask your sister?" Xie leaned over. Fireworks exploded in his brain, and Song-yu's whole vision was confused. "Why don't you ask me? I'll teach you how to confess." Xie chuckled and pushed him against the wall, not allowing him to resist. She put her hands on her waist and lowered her head to bite his slightly open lips. Her voice was low and magnetic. "I don't like them. I only like you." You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.